Now you can build your first SaaS business model on the blockchain where you can allow user to create their ERC20 token, and when they create their token you will earn reward. So this is one of the powerful project which you can include in your portfolio, which allow you to stand out with other web3 developer, and it will show your skills that you know how to build a SaaS business model on the blockchain. So that's what you're going to build in the next couple of hours. So make sure to watch the entire demo, that what you will build, what are the features we have, what are the components we're going to design, and at the end I have a surprise for all of you, that how you can launch this particular application on the internet so user can start using it and start making money straight away. Now you can build your first blockchain SaaS product. So you might have heard about the SaaS product in Web2 space, but now you can build the SaaS product on the blockchain which can solve the problem of the user. So this is what we're going to build in this upcoming project. This is one of the most amazing project which you can include in your portfolio. So we have this navigation bar, we have this button where we can promote our own ERC20 token for our platform. This is the hero section, the images, and here you can display the white paper, and here we have the detail about the application, a decentralized system, blockchain wallet, web3, that what are the services we provide. Then we have the couple of popular banner section, and this is the place where user can transfer their fund, and you can see the token details, the supply and the decimal point and the address of the token, the native token which user will have on this particular platform. Here you can highlight it, the feature which you are providing in the application. This is the place where you can display the token supply, that what is the supply, what is the balance, all the information you're going to provide of your token in different category and the component. Here we have this staking platform. So if you allow user to stake their ERC20 token in this particular platform, you can do that. We have already built that project in that we are allowing user to stake their token. So you can simply integrate that project in this particular one and you will have the staking feature. So here we are displaying different component as per the staking. And here we have the wallet, and here we have the client features, so all the things which you can display. And here we have the footer section, all the different navigations and subscription. So come back here, now click on this ERC20 token. So this is the first section we have, and this is the place where user can do all the magic. So what they can do is, here you can find all the details. So we have this dashboard, your token, donations, create token, and from here you can create the token and they can transfer their token to any wallet. So if I come down here, you can see they can withdraw the fund. Right now we have all these details. So come back to the contacts, and this is the blog section. So I'll show you every single thing. Let me show you the UI part, then we'll talk about the functionality. So this is how it's going to look on the mobile device. It's 100% responsive for all the different screen sizes. You can click and it will take you up here, and you can simply slide down all the token which the user will create. Come back here, the home section, and that's how the home section would look like. It's 100% responsive. We have all these beautiful things are going on with the animation, so you can see every single thing is looking absolutely fine. So let's scroll down, and here we have this. Now make it big. Let's start with the project, and if you think that I'm going a little faster, you can control the speed down below. So the very first thing you have to do is create a folder. So here I have created a folder called ERC20 generator. You can call whatever you want. Now you have to get the starter file, and that I have provided all the resources. So come back here in the blockchain coder, and here you will find all the resources which you need to build this particular project. So come back here in the resource code, click on that, and here you will find all the project which I have worked on so far on this channel. Check that out. All the project are absolutely industry ready, and that will teach you a lot of things. So click on this and you will get the starter file. So it will take you here, and here you will find all the resources you need to build this particular project. So simply copy the URL, and we have to clone this particular repository. So open up your VS Code and expand this. Now we have to go and open the particular folder which I have on the desktop. Select and open. Now I'm in the same directory. Make sure to open up your terminal and clone the repository. So get clone and paste the URL and give this dot. So it's going to clone the repository in the same directory. It's not going to create a separate folder. So hit enter, and this will take few seconds to clone the repository. So we have the entire starter file here in our project, and we can start working on it. So first thing, I have to delete this. Now let me give you a quick walkthrough of the structure which we're going to follow for building this particular application. So let me zoom it, and let's start with the component. Open that one, and you will find that we have a multiple component in our application. So we have two different pages. One is home page and the other one is create token page. And according to that, we have break down the entire application. So this is about, brand, FAQ, feature, footer, hero section, information, staking, swap, and welcome. All of this component we have here. And we're going to import all of this component from here, because the structure I'm following is called single export module. So we're going to import the entire component in a single location, and from there we're going to export it. And that's all we have. Now if you look at the profile here, we have the component for the create page. That's why I have called this profile. That's the component folder we have. Now let's move to the context. In that we have a couple of files and the ABIs of the contract. So this is the context. In that we're going to import the ABI and the addresses. And here we have the lookup contract ABI, and this is the index, and this is the token generated ABI. So what I'm not going to keep this because I want to show you everything from scratch. So let's delete this one, because we're going to deploy the contract and we're going to bring the ABI from there. Or you can go with the same ABI unless or until you not make any changes in the contract. So close this one. Now we come back to the contract and we have to build this two contract, ERC20 token and lookup contract. So the first contract will build which allow the user to create the token, and the second contract will build to get the fee and store the information in the contract so we can display and provide the information to the user about their token. So that's two contracts we have to build. Close that one. Now come back to the pages. So we have these 3 pages. App.js, here we have to do all the configuration for our context management and the library and the JavaScript which we are using. Then we have this create page where we're going to start working first. We're going to build all the logic, all the functionality in the create page. Then we have the index. Here we're going to build the home page. Close that one. Come back to the public, and here you will find all the resources which you need to work on this particular project. So we have the CSS. If you open that, in that you will find all the CSS files which we need to have the styling. Then we have the font, we have the images. You have provided all the images which you need, and you can see all of these images. I want to tell you one thing, that if you make any changes in the images, make sure to give the exact name. Change the image but give the exact name. In that way you will not create any confusion. This is the background images. You can replace the images but make sure to give the exact name, because this is the exact name I'm going to use and I'm going to use for building the logic. This is the block. Pretty good. And we have this brand where we are using multiple brands. Pretty fine. Close that one. Close that one. And here we have the JavaScript folder. In that we are using all the library like Bootstrap, jQuery, Magnifying. So for the cursor, so you can check that all. Don't need to do any changes unless or until you know how to deal with the libraries. We're going to use it straight away. So this is the folder and file structure which is given in the starter file for you. So this is the public. Close that one. Now we have to write the deploy script from scratch to deploy the two contract. And we have the style. In that you will have this asset folder. In that you will get all the resources like CSS and fonts which we're going to use in our main CSS file. And here we have this custom CSS which we have created. All you have to do is to utilize it. And we have the global CSS. So we're going to import all the CSS file here and we're going to export it here. So it will be available in our application. So that looks pretty good. Don't need to do any changes. Now close that one. Now we're not going to write any test. Come back to the utils. And here we have to build a lot of logics. We have to build a lot of function, because what we'll do is when we'll start building our functionality, we have to extract certain code and we have to keep it as a utility function so we can utilize it over and over again in our application. So we have to write a lot of utility function. Close that one and come back to the Hardhat config file. So I have already done the configuration, so you can literally deploy to any network. So all this configuration is done. All you have to do is to provide your private key and you are ready to deploy the contract. So make sure to change the RPC URL for the network which you are interested in. If you are interested in Sofali, Gorilla, Mainnet, Avalanche, just change the RPC URL and you are ready to deploy the contract. But we are focusing on the Polygon. Now come back to the Next.js config. Don't need to do any changes. Now come back to the README file and here you will find all the resources about this project. So you can have a look. Now come back to the package.json file, and these are the packages we are using in our project. So this one is very important for all of you to understand. So no matter when you are watching this particular project, after 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, you have to use the exact version. As long as you use the exact version, the application will work absolutely fine. So make sure to use this particular version for OpenZeppelin, Ethers.js, Next.js, React, and especially the Web3 model, because that's what we are using to connecting with the blockchain and the MetaMask. So make sure to use the exact particular version 1.9.9. And we have this Hardhat environment which we'll use for deploying our contract. So that looks pretty fine. So I believe that you guys have understood that what structure we are following and how we're going to proceed ahead into our project. Now we are done with the structure. Now we have to install all the packages in our project. So open up your terminal and simply type npm I or npm install. Both will work fine. This might take a little bit time because we have few packages like Hardhat takes times, and OpenZeppelin takes time, and Web3 model takes time. So these are the heavy packages we have, which takes a little bit time. So just wait. This will happen very quickly. You can see we have successfully installed the libraries, and we have 17 vulnerability. Don't need to worry about that. Simply ignore it and clear up your terminal. That looks fine. We are done with that. If you check the node modules, you will find all the libraries which we have installed. OpenZeppelin, Ether, that's all you will find here. Close that one. Close this one. And now what we have to do is we have to import the entire folder, entire components in our index. So come back here in the component folder, and we have all of this component, and that's what we have to import. So all of this component we have to import right up here. So close this one, and we can come back to the index.js, and here we have to import. So we're going to have 3 structures. So first one is global, second one is home page, and third one is create page. So make sure to provide these kind of comments, so whenever someone else will look at your code, they can understand that what you have done exactly. So let's import the global component, and that we have header and we have the footer. Now we have to import the home component, about, we have brand, then we have the FAQ, we have the feature, then we have the hero section, then we have the information, staking, swap, welcome, and that's the home page component. So all of these components are coming from the same directory, ERC20 token. It's coming from the profile. So we have to import this ERC20. It's coming from profile, ERC20 token. Then we have user profile. Then we have profile. We have profile main. We have sidebar. We have table, table 2, and the last one is transfer, and that's also coming from the profile directory. Now we have to simply export all of this component. So take this export and call it global. We have to export header, footer. Now we have to do home page. We'll say about, brand, FAQ, feature, hero section, information, staking, swap, welcome, and create page now. So ERC20, user profile, profile, profile main, sidebar, table, table 2, and the last one is transfer. So this is the architecture I'm following in this particular project called single page export. So all the components we have in a single location, and now we can use in our application. So that looks pretty fine. We have this global home page. This looks pretty fine, and this is the create page and all the exports from here. So we are done with this. Close that one. Come back here. So we are done with the basic architecture. We have imported the component, we have done all the setups, we have installed it. Now it's time to create the smart contract. So the architecture I'm going to follow is, first we're going to write the smart contract. After that, we're going to deploy the smart contract on Polygon. After that, we're going to build the utility function. Then we're going to move to the context management. And at the end, we're going to start working on the UI component and attaching the function. So that's the structure I'm going to follow. And it's very important that first you have to work on the actual logic for your business, then move to the fascination and styling part. So close this one and let's start working with a contract. Open this one, and the first contract we're going to work on it's ERC20 token. So that's what we're going to create first. And this contract is very important because this contract will create the native token for our platform, and we need the bytecode which we're going to use it to allow user to create the token. So everything will make sense. Just follow along with me. So let me give this comment. Then we have to take this Solidity version. Then we have to take the license identifier. So we are going with this particular one, MIT. We'll take the Solidity version to 8.0. Now we have to create the contract. So we have to import the Open Zeppelin library because we are using this ERC20 token contract. So we'll call it import Open Zeppelin contract token ERC20, and we have the contract. Once we have the contract, now we have to inherit the contract. So we'll call it contract ERC20 token generator. We have to inherit the ERC20 token. Pretty good. Now we have to use the constructor, and that we have to pass the informations. So we have to pass the initial supply, and we have to pass the token name, token symbol, and we have to call this particular contract. In that we have to pass the token name, token symbol, and we have to call the main function, message.sender, and the initial supply. And that's the only thing we have to do here. It's a pretty simple ERC20 token contract. All you have to do is to pass all of this information and it will work fine. So we are done with that. Hope you guys have understood. So let me bring it back. So we have taken this, we have used Open Zeppelin contract. Remove this. I don't know why I have put this. Remove that one and save it. So this is the particular version, and this is the token contract we have. So come back to the next contract called lookup contract, and this contract is very important because all the transaction will take place in our DApp. That's all we're going to store, and we're going to provide the information about the user token. So they can simply copy the token address, transaction has, and they can see the supply, all of things. So come back here in the lookup contract, click on that. First we have to import the license identifier, and here we are using called unlicensed. Then we have to take this Solidity version 8.0. Make sure to use the exact version which I am using. Don't go above or below. It might create problem because the configuration I have done in my Hardhat config file based on this particular version. So let's come back here. Let's create a contract called lookup contract. First thing, we have to take a couple of variables. So we'll take a struct. We'll call it ERC20 token, and in that we have to keep the information we want to keep it and display in the front end. So first thing is going to be our UNT variable for token ID, because every single token the user will create on our platform, it will have a unique ID, and on the base of that we're going to fetch the information. So we have the token ID, then we'll have the address of the owner, then we'll have the token supply. You can keep it as a string or you can keep it as a UNT variable, but I'm going with a string because I don't want to convert it in way, then I have to simply convert into a number and display. So it's safest. Then we have to take this token name. Then we have the token supply. Then we have the token address. We have the token transaction hash. And we have the token created date. So these are the information we are keeping, which we're going to display in the front end. So that's the first struct. Let's create the second struct for the donation, because we are receiving donation as well. In that we're going to keep few information. We take the donation ID, then we'll take the donor address, and we're going to keep the fund, the amount they have donated. So these are the two struct we have for the data storage. Now we can come back here. Let's create a contract owner address, because what we're going to do is whenever the user will do any transaction, the fund is going to be stored in the contract. So we need a function, we need a way to get the get the balance of the contract out of to our address, to the owner address. So I'll make it public and I will say contract owner, and I'm going to provide his address. In your case, you have to put your wallet address because we have to take the balance out of this contract. Now come back here. We have to take the UNT variable. We'll say public listing fee. I want to charge this much fund whenever the user will create their token on our platform. You can go higher or you can go less, but this is the ideal charging fee I found suitable for most of the DApp. Then we can take a mapping where we have to track with the token struct. It's going to be a private. So all we have to do is to pass the ID and it will give the information about the particular token. Then we'll take another one for the donation. We'll call it donation. It will be private, called donation. Now we have to create a two UNT variable for the ID generation. So we'll say public token ID token index, and the second one is for donation index. So all we have to do is we have to increment this number, so that will give us the information that how many tokens user have created in our platform. So every time the user will create, this number will go up. Whenever the user will donate, this number will go up. So we have this two UNT variable. Now we can come back here. Let's take an event for the donation receive. In that we have to pass this information, donation amount. Then we have to take this ERC token listed. So when the user will list, we have to initialize this event. We'll take the ID, address of the owner, and we have to take the token. All of this three information we need. You can keep as many as you want, but I will go with this 3-1. So these are the two events we have. Now we can come back here and let's define a modifier function, because there are certain functions which we want to restrict for the owner of the contract. We not allow anyone to call those function except the owner. So I'll call it only owner, and that's a very easy. We have to take this require statement, and in that we have to check for a condition that message.sender equal to the contract owner. If that's not the case, someone else call the function, then we have to throw this error message. Only owner of the contract can change the listing fee. And you need to have this kind of function. I would recommend you that never ever go with the fixed listing fee. You need to have a function which allow to update the listing fee, because if you are getting higher user, higher retention on your application, so you need to make more money. So you can simply have a function which can allow the owner of the contract to update the listing fee, and he can earn more money. So that's the modifier we have. Then we can come back here and let's start working on the function. So the very first function we have is called create ERC20 token. In that we need to pass couple of information. So first thing is going to be the address, second one is the token supply, third one is the token name, and we have the token symbol. We have to give more information like token address. We have to give this token transaction hash. We have to give this token created date, and all of this information we have to pass into this particular function, which we're going to update in our struct. So it's going to be a payable, and it's going to be an external function, so anybody can call. And then we have to return a couple of information. So we have to return the UNT, address, string, and string. So we have to return a couple of information. So that's the data we want to return from this function. Now we can come back here. First thing we have to do is we have to increment the ID, because the user will create a token, so we have to keep the track of the number. So first we have to generate the ID for that particular transaction. So we'll call it token index. It's going to be increment. Then we have to take that current value of the token index. We can take it as a ID, and here we have to simply pass this information in our mapping. So we'll take this ERC20 token storage. We'll call it ERC20 token, and we have this ERC20 token, and that we have to simply pass the ID. So that's how we can make a relation between an ID and particular transaction. And all we have to do is to simply update the data. So we already have the data. Let's update that. So we'll take this ERC20 token, and we have to update the information in our struct. So token ID to the token ID. Then we have to update the information about the owner, and we have the owner, and that address we are getting from in the function. Then we have to update the information of the total supply, and this is the total supply we have. Then we have to update the token name to token name. Then we'll take this token supply to token supply. Then we'll take this token address to token address. And we have the token transaction hash to transaction hash. And we have this token created date to token created date. So that's the information we have received, and that's what we have to update in our struct. Pretty good. And now at the end we have to simply initialize the event. So we'll say ERC20 token listed. We have to pass the token ID, owner, and the address. Pretty good. And at the end we have to return the information of the token ID, owner, token address. We'll have the token name, token symbol, and token address. So all of this information we are returning at the end of this function call. And that's pretty much. Hope you guys have understood that what logic we have implemented. First we are getting the information into this function. updating in our struct, generating an ID, making a relation between that particular transaction about that particular token in the mapping, and updating the information. And at the end, we're simply initializing our event and returning a couple of data. That's the first thing we are doing. Let's move to the next function. Let's create a function called get all ERC20 token listed. So this particular function will allow us to get the information of all the listing of the token in our DApp. That's going to be a very simple function. So we'll call it public view return, and we want to return as a format for array. So we'll take a unity variable, we'll call it item count, and we already have this token index which will give us the number of token is there. Once we have that, then we have to create another variable called current index. We'll start with the 0. Then we have to run a new array. So we're going to take this ERC20 token, we'll call it memory items, and we have to create a new array. So we'll call it new ERC20 token, and we have to provide the length. So we'll provide this item count. Once we have that one, now we have to simply run a for loop. So I is equal to 0. If I is less than the item count, then we have to increment, means we have to run the loop. In this particular loop, what we have to do is we have to simply find out the information. So we'll take this unt 256, we'll say current id I plus 1. That's how it will go up. So first loop will count 1 2 3, that's how it will go up, because our token index id is going to start with 1. So we have to create that relation between the ids. So that's the id we have, current id. Then we have to create this ERC20 token, we'll call it storage, and we have to call this current item. And all we have to do is to simply pass the id. So that's how we can make the relation. We have this ERC20 token, the mapping, and that we are passing the id. So we'll get all the information. Now we can come back here, we'll take this item, and in that we have to pass the current item, current index equal to current item. Then we have to take this current index and we have to increment to 1. So that's how we can create a successful loop. And at the end, we have to simply return the item. So in that way, we'll have the entire data of all the token in form of array, which we can display in our front end. So that's the simple function we have for get all ERC20 token listed in the contract. So we are done with this function. Let's move ahead. Let's create a next function called get ERC20 token based on the token ID, because we have to get the information. So it's going to be external view return, and we have to return a lot of data. So whatever data we have defined in the struct, that's all we have to return. So let's return this unt, then we have the address, then we have the string memory, we have the string memory, we have the string memory like symbols, then we have the string memory for the addresses, we have a string memory and string memory. So these are the data we are returning from this particular function. We'll call this ERC20 token, and now we have to simply find that particular token details, and that's very easy because we already have the mapping. We'll call it memory ERC20 token, and we have to build the relation. So we will call the mapping, in that we have to simply pass the ID, and that will give us the information about that particular token. And all we have to do is to simply return. So we'll call this return, and let's return one by one. So we have to return the token ID, we have to return the owner, we have to return the token supply, then token name, token symbol, token address, token transaction hash, and the last one is created date. So these are the information we are reading about the single transaction. So that's a very simple function. All we are doing simply getting the ID of the particular token, passing into the function, and getting all the data about the token. So that's this function. Now let's move ahead. Let's create the next function, and this is called get user ERC20 token. So all we have to do is to pass the address, and we have to get all the token created by the user, and that's a very simple function. So we'll take the address, external view, and we have to return in form of array. So that's a simple thing. Now we have to get the length, because that's what we need. We'll call it total item count to index token index, that will give the total length of the tokens in the marketplace. Then we have to simply get the current item count is going to be 0, and we'll have this current index is going to be 0. So first we have to find the length of the total NFT, total token created by the user. So we have to run a two loop. First for finding the length, and second one is returning the entire in form of array. So let's create a for loop. We'll say unt I is equal to 0. Then we have to run a loop and we have to increment. And here we have to do a check. So we'll say if ERC20 token I plus 1 means we have to increment and we have to check for ownership. So if that owner equal to the address, user address, means there is one token. Okay, this is how the condition will take place. So we are checking the particular token ownership with the address of the user, which will call this particular function. If it's matches, then we have to simply build a condition. We'll say this item count and we have to increment the 1, means the user have 1 NFT, and simply close this for loop. So this will give us the length of the token created by a single user. Now once we have that particular length, we have to simply return the data. And now we have to take this ERC20 token, we'll call it memory items, and we have to create a new array. So the exact logic we have to follow, which we have done above. So we'll create a for loop and we have to pass the length, total token item, and we have to increment. And here we have to check for a condition. We'll have to check for the ownership, like owner. Once it's get fulfilled, we have to simply take this unt and we'll say current id to I plus 1, means it's increment. And that's the information we have to simply pass here in the mapping. We'll pass this current id. Once we have that particular, then we have to simply take this item count items. In that we have to simply pass the token current index, and we have to say item current item, and we have to update this current index to 1 and close this. At the end we have to simply return this entire item. So it will give us the entire array, and that's the only thing we have to do. I hope you guys have got an idea that what we have done in the first for loop, we have find the length of the token created by a single user. Once we have the length, now we can simply pass that length in the second for loop to create a new array for the user which we want to return. Let's come back to the next function. Let's call it get ERC20 token listed pricing, and that's a very simple function. We will return, it will return a unt variable, that what is the price of the listing of the token, and that's the simple function we have. Okay, now we can come back here. Let's create a next function called update listing fee. We'll take the price and the address of the owner who is calling this particular function, because remember, only owner of the contract can have the access. So we're going to call this public, and we have to call our payable, and we have to call our function only owner, the modifier. And all we have to do is to simply check for a condition, contract owner equal to the owner. If not, that's not the case, then we have to simply throw this error message, only contract owner can update listing fee. Close that one, and then we have to simply update the listing fee and close that one. And that's the only thing we have to do here. This will update the listing fee. Done with that, let's move ahead. We'll create another function called withdraw, and this will allow us to withdraw the fund from the contract. So we'll say external only owner, we'll call it, we'll take the balance of the contract. Once we have the balance, then we can simply call this required statement. So we have to build a condition. If the balance is 0, then we don't want to make a transaction, otherwise it will cause unnecessary gas fee. So we'll say balance is greater than 0, then we have to go, otherwise we have to throw this error message, donation, no donation available for withdrawal. Else we can simply call this payable, and we have to transfer the fund to the contract address. So that's the simple withdrawal function we have. Pretty good. Now we can come back here. We'll take another function called get contract balance, so we can display in the front end, and this function can only call by the owner. So we'll call this unt. We have to check the balance of the contract. Once we have the balance, we have to simply return the balance from this function. Pretty good. So that looks pretty good. Now we can come back here. Let's create another function called donate. So user can call and they can donate the fund. And we have to check for a condition that the value should be greater than 0. If it's someone try to call 0, we don't want to do that. So we have to throw this error message, donation amount must be greater than 0. Then we have to simply increment the donation index and create as an ID. Once we have an ID, then we have to simply update the mapping. So we'll create this donation storage donation, and we have to take this donation mapping, and then we have to simply pass the index. Once we have that, we have to simply update the donation struct. So donation ID, then we have to update the donor message.sender and the amount he's donated, so message.value. So that's the information we are updating. Pretty good. And then we have to simply initialize the event. We have to pass the message.sender and the value and close this particular function. So this is a very simple function which allows us to simply donate the fund in the contract. Now we have to write the next function which allows us to get the information about the donation. So let's call it function get all donation, and it's a very simple one. Public view return, it will return the entire array, so we'll call it memory. Then we have to take this length of the total donation. Then we have to build a variable called counter index, start with 0, and we have to simply run this particular item. Okay, so we'll create this item and we have to make the relation. So we'll take a new array and provide the length item count. Now we have to simply build a for loop. The same logic we have to follow here as well. So we have to check for a condition and we have to increment, and here we have to take a variable called current ID and we have to increment that. Then we have to take this donation storage current item to the donations, and in that we have to simply pass the current ID. Once we have that, we have to simply update that. So we'll take this items and we have to update with the current item, and we'll say current index +1, and at the end we have to simply return the entire item. Pretty simple logic we have built. So this particular one will give you the entire donation which user have done in the contract, and that's pretty much. So that's the entire smart contract we have written for the lookup contract, which will keep the track of all the transaction is taking place in our marketplace. So hope this entire thing makes sense. So let's come back here, and okay, we are already here. Okay, so this is the first struct we have. This is the donation struct. We have the only and the create function and all of these things we have. So this is the first one, struct. This is the donation. This is the contract owner, and all the information we have stored as a mapping and the unity variable. This is the event. This is the modifier. This is the very first function. We are getting all of this information in the contract, and then we are simply updating. Then we have this, and we have this single token information function, get user token, get listing pricing, and update. And we have this withdrawal, get contract balance, donation, get all donations. So that's pretty huge. We have written so many code, and I believe that you guys have understood that what logic we have followed. So we are done with this entire smart contract. This is the one and this is the second. So pretty good. All of things are looking pretty fine. Now close this one, and now we have to write the deploy script. So come back here in the script, and here we have to start working next. So click here. So first we have to import the Hardhat. Then we have to come back here and build a utility function, because we are also creating a native token. So we'll take this token, and that we have to simply pass the number of token, and it's going to convert that. So we'll take this ether package, utility parse ether, and in that we have to simply pass this number. We have to convert it to a string and call it ether. So this is the simple utility function. All you have to do is to pass the number of token supply which you want, and it will convert into ether. Now once we're done with that, come back here, and now we have to build the deploy script. So it's a simple, we'll call it main, and we have to first deploy our token contract. So we'll call it ERC20 token generator. We'll call the token name, because these are the information we have to provide: token name, token symbol, and we have to provide the total supply. So in that, we're going to simply call our utility function and we'll pass the supply. So we want 100 token. You can take it million, trillion, it's totally up to you. So these are the information we have to provide in our contract. So come back here. Now we have to simply build the instant. We'll say await ether.get contract factory, and then we have to simply pass the name of our contract. So whatever name you have given, give the exact name. So this is the contract name I have provided. Once we have the contract instance, we have to simply call the deployed, and in that we have to simply pass all the information. So first thing is going to be the initial supply, second one is the name, and the third one is the symbol. Now we have to simply wait, and we have to simply call this deployed function, and it will deploy the contract. So once the contract is deployed, we have to simply console log out the address. So we'll say ERC20 token generator, we have the instant, we'll say ERC20 token generator, and on that we have the address. So in that way we'll have the address of the token. So that's the first piece of deploy of the contract we have to do. Now we have to deploy our lookup contract. So let's call it lookup contract, and we'll take the contract. We have to do exactly the same thing. First we have to get the instance, where we have to pass the contract name in the get contract factory. This is a lookup contract. Now we have to simply take this lookup contract, and we have to simply call deployed. We have to wait for the deployment. Once it's successfully deployed, we have to get the contract address. So we'll say lookup contract dot address, and that's the simple function we have which allow us to deploy the contract. Now we have to simply execute and call the function. So come back here, we'll call it main catch. If anything goes wrong, we have to throw the entire error object, or you can simply get the message, but I want to have the entire error object. So I'll call it console.error, the entire error, and we'll say process.exit code to 1, and that's the only thing you have to do here in the deploy script. So what we have done, we have built this utility function. What it does, it takes the number and convert into a ether, and that's what we have here. We are using this particular library. We're done with that. Then we are taking the name, symbol, initial supply, and passing this information into our contract, token contract, and we are deploying and consoling log the address. This is the lookup contract. We are deploying and getting the address. Pretty simple. So we are done with the deploy script. Now we can come back here, and if you come back here in the ERC20 token, these are the information we are exactly passing, and here we have the lookup contract. So far things are pretty clear. We are done with the contract, we are done with the deploy script, and this looks pretty fine. I guess I'm not missing anything at all. So come back here. Now what we have to do is we have to simply deploy our contract. So come back here in the Hardhat config file, and here we have to do the changes. So I'm not going to test the contract locally. I'm going to simply deploy the contract to Polygon. You can deploy to any network, Gorilla, Sofali, Mainnet, Testnet, you can do that. So first thing I have to do is, as I'm deploying to the Mumbai Polygon, I have to get my private key, and you can simply deploy to any network. All you have to do is to change the RPC URL. So I'm going to do with the Polygon, and I would suggest you to start with the Polygon. Once you build the entire application, after that you can do the modification in the contract and the network. So first I have to get my private key, but the setup is exactly the same. So this looks fine. Now you have to come back here in the, let me close this one. Now let me go to the MetaMask, click here, and I'm already connected with the Mumbai test network. You can see this is the network I have. I'll go here and I go to the account details, click on that, and here I have to provide my information. So I'll say show my private key. I have to give my password. In your case, you have to give your password and press and hold. So this is the private key which I'm going to use for the deployment of the contract, and I'm showing you because it's my obviously a test account. So copy this one, and all you have to do is to paste your private key here in this particular location. But before you make the transaction and deploy your contract, you need to have at least some fund in your wallet address. The private key you have pasted here. So to give you the free test Matty for deploying the contract on the Polygon, then we need to get that. So open a new tab, close this one. Right now I already have this much fund which is sufficient for me to make the transaction, but in your case, if you don't have, let me show you how you can get that. So open up a new tab, and all you have to do is type Acme Faucet. That one is click here and click on the very first link. Here you will have these three options like Sofali, Gorilla, and Polygon. So if you want to get Sofali, Gorilla, you need to have at least some real fund, Ether, in your wallet, then you will get, otherwise you won't get it. That's why I'm going to go with the Polygon, because in that I don't need to have actually any real amount. So come back here. I need to get the address, copy, click here and paste here, send Matty, and here the transaction is successfully done. If I show you, you can see the balances went up. Yes, there it is. We got this too, Matty. So we have fund in our wallet address, and now we can ready to deploy our contract. So this is fine. Close this one. Now let me bring up the terminal, and this is the exact script you have to type. So let me paste this script. We have this npx hardhat run script deploy network, and the network is the Polygon Mumbai. In case if you are deploying to any other network, I would recommend you to check the documentation that what script they want you to run. So some network will have only Gorilla or Gorilla ETH. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind when you are deploying to the Gorilla or Sofali. But this one is for the Polygon. So hit enter, and it's going to deploy your contract. So first it will compile, and here we get the artifact. Inside that artifact we have the contract, and we have the API of both the contract, and we need this API. This is the lookup API, and this is the generator API. We got our first contract address. Just wait, the second one will come soon. So this is the second. So we got the both contracts. So simply select both and copy, and come back here in the readme file, and that's what I want you to paste here. Okay, let's keep it here. So we have the address of both the contract. Now close that one, and if I show you, come back here in the Poly Mumbai scan, come here, and if you paste the address of the token, you will find that it's deployed successfully. So if I paste here, you can see we have just deployed the contract 43 seconds ago. If you do the same thing for the lookup contract, you will find the contract is successfully deployed. Paste here, hit enter, and the contract is successfully deployed 48 seconds ago. And right now you cannot able to see the contract because we have not verified, and I have shown you multiple times that how you can verify your contract. So this looks pretty fine, no issue we have here. Come back here, this fine. Now close this one. Now we are done with this. The entire work with the Hardhat is done. So close that one, and now we have to simply come back to this context. So right now we have this two file, constant and index. So first we have to simply drag and drop the API of both the contracts. So open this one, go to the context and click here, and we have to simply drag and drop here. And we have to get the lookup contract as well. So we have the two API of both the contract. So this is the generator and this is the lookup. Pretty fine. So we're going to do the import and export of the address and the APIs in the context file. But before we do that, let's start working on the utils function. So this is done. Come back here and let's start working on the util function, which allows us to communicate with our contract. So click on that, and first we have to import the Ether package, and that's coming from Ether. Then we have to import the Web3 model. Then we have to simply import the lookup contract API, lookup contract address, generator API address, API, and all of this is coming from the context. We're going to obviously create, but these are the coming from context. We need the API of both the contract, we need the address of both the contract. Now let's start working on the functionality. So we have to build a function called check if wallet is connect. It's going to be an async function. So first thing, we have to take this try and catch block. So if anything goes wrong, we have to catch that. So we'll take this window.ethereum, and this particular condition will check whether the Ethereum object is available in our browser or not. If it's not, then we have to simply throw the error message, install MetaMask, or you can simply redirect the user to the MetaMask wallet. Otherwise, if it exists, then we have to simply get the accounts. So we'll take this window.ethereum request, and we have to request for ETH accounts. So this will give you the array of accounts. Once we have the account, we have to simply take this first account, and we can easily able to access with the indexes because it will return an array. So we can get the first account, and then we have to simply return the address. So that's the simple function we have, and we have to simply catch an error if anything goes wrong. So this is the first function we have, which check if wallet is exist or not, means there is a connection or not. Then let's work on the second function called connect wallet, and it's going to be quite similar. because this function is going to be attached on the click event. So simply install MetaMask. Then we have to simply get the account. We'll say window Ethereum request, and this time we have to call different method. So the method is going to be called request account, and it will give us an array, and we have to simply return at the end the address. So this is the connect wallet function we have. So we are done with this two function. Simply catch the error if anything goes wrong, and we have to console log out. So this is the second function we have. And now let's move ahead. Let's create another function called a fetch contract, and that we have to pass the signer or provider, and we have to use our ether library. So we'll say new ether contract, and that we have to pass the information. So we have two different contract. So let's pass the lookup contract address, then the ABI, and we have to pass the signer and provider. Make sure to follow the exact order because the order is very important. So we have this fetch contract, and now we have to simply call the contract. So we'll call the const connecting with contract, and that it's going to be an async function. Then we have to take this try and catch block. We'll take this window Web3 model. We'll take the instance. Then we have to simply build the connection. We'll say await Web3 model dot connect, and that we have to pass the Web3. Once we have the connection, then we have to build the provider. So provider Web3 model, in that we have to pass the connection, and we'll have to get the signer. So we have this particular method called provider.getSigner, and once we have the signer, we have to simply call the contract. So we'll take a variable, and we're going to call this internal function called fetch contract, in that we have to pass the signer. So in that way, our model can identify that who is exactly interacting with our contract. So for that, signer is very important. And at the end, we have to simply return the entire contract object. And if anything goes wrong, we have to simply throw the error message. Means the user is not connected, then we have to throw this error message. So that's the first set of contract function, which allow us to connect with the contract, and it will return the object of the entire contract, which we can simply call in the front end. Now we have to work on the next function called get balance of the user. So we'll say get balance. It's going to be an async function. We have to take this try and catch block. So we'll take this Web3 model, get the instances, then we have to get the connection. We'll say web3.connect. Once we have the connection, we have to build the provider, ether.provider web3 model, and that we have to pass the connection. So once we have that provider, we have to get the signer, and once we have the signer, we have to simply call this particular method like signer.getBalance. So this will return the balance of the user, and simply close that one. If anything goes wrong, we have to simply throw the error message. That's wonderful. So that's the get balance function. Now we can come back here and let's start working on the token contract, means generator contract. So we'll say fetch token contract, and we have to pass the same information like signer or provider, and we have to use the same method we have used above. In that, we have to simply pass the address of the token generator, then the ABI, and the signer provider who is interacting with our contract. Now we have to build the connection with the token generator contract. So let's call this connecting native token contract. We have to build the same connection. So let's take a try catch block. First we have to get the instant of the Web3 model, then we have to get the connection, then we have to get the provider. We'll pass the connection, then we have to simply get the signer, provider get signer. Once we have the signer, that's what we have to pass in the fetch token contract. So we'll say fetch token contract and signer, and at the end we have to simply return the entire contract object. And that's the only thing we have to do, simply console log out the entire error object. So that's the only thing we have to do. Okay, I hope you guys have got an idea that how we are following the reusability model. So first we have taken all the addresses and the ABI. We have used these particular libraries. We have this check if wallet connect function, then we have connect wallet function which will add on the click event, then we have this fetch contract. This is the connecting with the contract, then we have this get balance, fetch token contract, and we have this native token contract. So this is the entire utility function we have to write here in the index file. So we are done with this. Come back here. So close this one, and now we have to work on the context. So come back here, go back to the constants, and we have to import the ABIs of the token generator coming from the same directory. Then we have to get the ABI of the lookup contract. We got the ABIs. Now we have to simply export. So let's export the generator ABI, which we have here. Then we have to simply export the generator bytecode, because that's what we need, and we need to generate and allow the user to have the facility to create the token in our platform. So we need the bytecode, which is also available in the ABI, and we need the address of the generator contract. So let me quickly paste it. So this is the address. Now let's do the same thing with the lookup contract. We need the ABI, and in that we don't need the bytecode, we need only the address. So let's export the address. So let me copy this and paste here, and that's the only thing we have to do. We got the ABI and we got the addresses, we got the bytecode, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So this looks pretty fine. This bytecode is very important. So that's done with. Close this one, and that's what we have here. Now we have to start working on the index file, and let's build all the logic. So click here. First thing, we have to import React, use state, use context, and create context, and use effect. So these are the important hooks we need, which allow us to create the context and call the function and define a couple of state variable. Then we have to import the Ether package. Then we have to import the Web3 model. Let's do a couple of internal import check if wallet connected. We need the connect wallet, connecting with contract, and get balance, and that's all coming from the native contract token, and that's all coming from the utils location. So we have this utility function. Now we can come back here. We have to import the ERC token generator ABI and bytecode, that's coming from the context. Pretty good. Now only we have to come back here. Let's declare our context. We'll take this state context, create context. Now we have to simply export. So we'll say state context provider. In that we have to simply pass the children. So this is the basic structure which you have to follow if you want to manage the data using the context management. If you want to learn about the advanced context management, you can definitely check this particular course which I have on the channel, where I have explained you everything that how you can do and manage the context, which is really powerful, and that what exactly we use in the real world application. So I would encourage you to check this particular course which I have on my website. In that we have to simply pass the children, and let's define a couple of state variable which we want to take for data management. So first thing, call state variable. This is going to be the address. By default will be empty. Then we have to take the get all ERC20 token list. It's a type of array. Then we have to take this get user ERC20 tokens. Then we have to take this get all donation. Then we have to take the fee. Then we have to take the balance, and we have to take the main balance, and we have to take the native token. So these are the state variable we have taken for data storage, because we're going to fetch the data from the contract and we're going to store in a state variable, and that's what we're going to pass in our component. Let's come back here. Let's take this fetch initial data, and this is the very first function we're going to call, because whenever the user will come to our application, in that we're going to fetch all the information from the contract and we're going to set in our state variable so we can display in our application. So this particular function will fetch all the informations about both the contracts. So let's create that. It's going to be an async function, and we'll have to take this try and catch. If anything goes wrong, then we have to catch that. So let's give this command. First we have to get the user account. So we already have that particular function. We'll call this account await check if wallet connected. So this will give us the address account. Then second thing, we have to get the user balance, and we already have the function. So we'll say balance await get balance function. Then we have to simply set that balance to our state variable. We'll say set balance to the balance, and we have to convert it into ether, because the balance will come in form of fee. We have to convert that format ether, and we have to convert it to a string. So we have the balance of the user. Now we can come back here. Let's set the address as well. So we already have the address. So these are the two things we have done. First, we have got the address, we have got the balance, and we have updated in our state variable. Now let's move ahead. Then we have to simply take the information of the native token, because it has a lot of information like name, symbol, supply, honor, all of this information we need, and set as a state variable. So we'll call it native token, and we'll call this particular function native token contract. We'll say await, and we already have a function called connecting native token contract. This will give us the entire object of our contract, and we can call one by one function. So we'll say if account exists, means the user is connected, then only we have to store the information in the state variable, and we have to call this particular block. So if the account exists, then we have to simply take this native balance, because we have to get the balance of that particular user in this particular contract in terms of the token. Okay, so we'll say await native contract, and we have to call this balance of, and we'll pass the address. Second thing, we have to get the native name, token name, and we already have the function. Then we have to get the symbol. We'll call the symbol. Then we have to get the decimal points. So we have the decimal point of 18. Then we have the native token supply, and we have the token supply. Then we have the address. We have the address of the token, and we have the token. So let's take a variable and let's set this entire data in form of object. So let's update that. So I'll call it balance, and I have to simply convert that balance into Ether. Let's take another one called name. We'll call it native token. Let's take the address. Then we have to take the symbol. Then we have to take the decimals. Then we have to take the total supply, and we have to simply convert it into Ether. So we'll take the total supply and we'll pass it Ether. So that's the total supply we have. Then we have to store all this information in this particular object, and once we have that, all we have to do is to simply update this object in our state variable. So we already have a hook called set native token, and we have to simply pass this native token. So we have all this information about the token in our state variable. Now let's move ahead. Let's come back here. Let's take simply console log out the entire data so we can see in our console, and close this one. So this is the entire if block we have. If account exists, we want to perform all of these tasks. Now come out of this if block. Then we have to get contract. We'll call it lookup contract. We have to get the object. So we already have the function called connecting with contract. Once we have the contract, first, then we have to get the balance of the contract, and we have to get the balance of the contract. So I want to set a condition. So if the owner of the contract can see the balance which is available in the contract, so we have to build a simple if block. We'll say if account is equal to this particular address. So this is the address of my wallet. So if I'm interacting with this particular DApp and the account and the address is both are same, then we have to simply call this function and get the balance. So I'll say contract balance. We'll say lookup get contract balance, and this will give us the balance. And once I have the balance, I have to simply set the balance to our state variable. So let's convert that into Ether. So we'll take this balance to a string, and we'll say Ether, and I have the balance. Now I have to simply console log out the balance, and then I can simply update that to our state variable. Pretty simple. Okay, so that's the if block we have. Once again, let me repeat what I'm doing. I want to call this particular function when the owner is connected with the DApp. If anybody else is connected, I don't want to fetch the balance of the contract. So that's the second if block we have. Now come out of that. Now let's take the get all ERC20 token. So we'll take this cons get all ERC20 token, and we already have a function. So we'll call it await lookup contract, and on that we have to simply call the function called get all ERC20 token listed, and this will give us an array. Let's call this parse token, and we have to simply learn a simple loop, and we have to format the data as per our requirement. So we need the token ID, we have to convert it to a number, then we need the owner, then we need the supply, we have to convert it. It's actually a string, don't need to convert that. Then we have to take the name, then we have to take the symbol, then we have the address, then we have the transaction hash, we have the create token date, and these are the information we are getting. We have successfully parsed the entire data in a proper structure, and once we have the data, all we have to do is to set this data in our state variable. So we'll call it get all ERC20 token listed, and in that we have to simply pass this parse token, so it will be available in a form of array. So that's the all data we have. Simply come back here. Now get user ERC20 token. So now we have to get all the token created by user. So we already have a function, so we'll say if account is exist, means the user is connected, then only we want to call this. In that we can say get user tokens, or wait, we have to call the lookup contract, and we have the function available. And that we have to simply pass the account, and that will give us the all the tokens. Then we have to do exactly the same thing. We have to pass the entire data because it will return an array, and we have to loop over it, and we have to set in form of object. So we'll take this token ID, convert into a number, then we'll take the owner, then we'll take the supply, token name, token supply, token address, transaction hash, and the last one is the date, created date. So we have successfully formatted the entire data, and now we have to simply set this data to our state variable, pass that passed user tokens, and we have to close this if block. So this is pretty simple. We are checking for a condition, then we are simply getting the data and setting in our state variable for the user. Now we can take listing fee, because that's also we want to display in the front end. So we can simply call this listing price. We already have the function get ERC20 listing price. We'll say price. We have to simply convert that in Ether, and then we have to simply set. So we have the listing price. Now we have to get the donation. We'll say get all donations, lookup contract, and we have to call the function get all donation, and we have to do exactly the same thing because it will give us an array. So we have to format the data. So we'll have this donation ID, convert into a number, then we have the donor, and we have the fund. We have to simply format that Ether. Once it's successfully formatted, we have to simply set this to the state variable, all the donation. Pretty good. And then we have to simply catch if anything goes wrong. So this is quite huge. You can see we have a lot of things in this particular function. Fetch initial data. That's pretty huge. We are getting all the information from both the contracts, so we can display in the front end. So we are done with the very first function. So let's call this particular function at the time of page reload. So let's call it fetch initial data, and let's call it. So this is going to give us all the information. Come back here. Let's take another function called deploy contract, and this particular function is very important, and it's an internal function. So when the user will create their token, it's going to trigger the contract, and it's going to allow them to create the token in this particular platform. So it's going to be an async. In that we need the signer, account, name, and symbol, and supply, because these are the information we need. Signer, because we have to provide the information to our Web3 provider that who is exactly interacting. So we have all of this data. Let's take a try and catch block. We'll take this factory, and this is already available in our Ether package. So we'll take this contract factory. In that, we have to simply provide this ERC20 token generator API, that one we need, and we have to get the bytecode, and we had to get the signer. So in that way, we can easily to make the relations that who exactly deploying the token. Once we have the factory, then we have to simply call this total supply, and we have to convert that to a number, because when we get the data from the front end, it's going to be in a string, so we have to convert that into a number. So we have the token supply, let's call it initial supply. So all we have to do is to simply convert that. So we'll take this ether utils parse, and in that we have to simply pass the token supply, convert it to a string, and we can simply call it ether. So we got the initial supply. Now once we have the initial supply, we can call this let contract, we'll say contract factory dot deploy, and in that we have to simply pass the information. We have to pass the initial supply and name, symbol, because that's the information our token generator contract need: supply, name, and symbol. Then we can take this transaction. We have to wait for the transaction to be completed, so we can simply call this deployed, and we'll say today, because we have to pass the date as well. So we'll take the date now. We have to simply convert the date. Let's call this created date. We'll say date.to local string, and we have to go with the US. So once we have the contract created date, now we can come back here. We'll take this if contract dot address, means once the transaction is completed and we got the address of that particular contract, then only I want to call this create ERC20 token. In that we have to simply pass the information. So this is the function which is already available to us. Let's pass the information called account supply, and we have to create this name and symbol, and this is called contract address, and contract deploy transaction hash, because all of this information is available once the transaction is successfully completed. And we need the token created date, and that's what we have to check in this particular condition. So what we are doing, let me repeat here, we are first getting all the information like supply, date, and we are checking when the user is successfully deploy the contract. We have the address, then we have to simply call this create ERC20 token, and we have to call our contract function, lookup contract function. In that we're going to store all of this information, and this function is we're going to create in a while, because it's an internal function. Looks pretty fine. Now let's come back here. Let's console log out the entire contract address, and we can console log out the contract deploy transaction hash, so we can check and close this particular function. If anything goes wrong, we have to simply console log out that. Pretty good. Okay, so this is the first internal function we have for deploy. Now we have to build the second internal function. So let's come back here. Let's call it create ERC20 token, and we have to receive all the information which we have sent. So it's going to be an async. Let's receive all the data on a token supply, token name, token symbol, token address, token transaction hash, token created date, and these are the information we are receiving in the internal function. And once we have that one, we have to take this try and catch block, and we have to get the contract. So we already have the contract here. Connecting with the contract will give you the entire object, and in that we have the particular function which we can call. So we need to charge the listing fee as well. So let's get the listing fee, the current listing fees. So we got the listing fee. Now we have to call this transaction. We'll say await contract dot create ERC20 token. So this is the function we have in the contract, and we need to pass all of this information. So let's pass one by one. Honor, token supply, token name, token symbol, token address, token transaction hash, token created date, all of this information is there, and we have to pass the listing fee as well. So let's call it value listing fee. We have to convert it to a string and close that one. So now we have to wait for the transaction to be completed. So we'll say await transaction.wait. Once the transaction is completed, we have to simply console log out the entire transaction hash, and we have to simply reload the window. And that's the only thing we have to do. Simply close this and catch error if anything goes wrong. That's a very simple function we have. So what we have done, we have created an internal function, and in that internal function we are simply updating and passing all the information to our contract. So we are done with this. Now come back here. Now let's work on the next function. So let's call this const create ERC20 will be an async function, and this is the function we're going to call it in the front end. We need a couple of information. We need the token. We have to take the data. We have to deconstruct the data because the data will come in the token form of object. So we have to deconstruct that. We'll take the name, symbol, and the supply. It's coming from token. Then we have to simply console log out to see everything is getting there. Let's take a try and catch. And here we have to check for a condition because we need these three information to create the token. And this particular function is a external function which user will call in the front end. So we have to check for the name, symbol, and supply, that whether it's exist or not. If it's not exist, then we have to simply throw the error message, or we can simply console log out the entire data we can see or we can display. Else we have to simply execute. So we'll take this and we can simply console log all that and execute the function. Account, so we need the account. So let's call this check if wallet is connected. It will give us the address. Then we have to simply console log out that. Then we have to call this web3 model and we have to build the connection. So let's build a connection coming from connect. Then we have to build the provider, web3 provider, and pass the connection. Then we have to build a signer which is available in the provider. Then we have to simply call the internal function called deploy contract, and we have to pass all the information like signer, account, name, symbol, and supply. So this is what we need in our deploy contract. And here we have to simply close the catch block. That's the only thing we have to do here, and console log out the entire error. That's pretty much. I hope you guys have understood that what logic we have implemented. So we have these two internal function and we are simply calling in the external function. Now we can come back here. Let's get the withdrawal function because we have to withdraw the fund. And that's a very simple function. We have to take the try and catch block and we have to get the contract object. Once we have the contract object, then we have to simply call the contract function, the withdraw function. We have to wait for the transaction to be completed and we have to simply console log out, and after the transaction get completed we have to simply reload the window and close this block. Close that one. So that's the withdrawal function. Now let's work on the donation fund async function. Take a try and catch because we want to take the donation as well. So we'll have to get the donation amount. So I'm going with 1 Ether. You can go with less or higher, it's totally up to you. Okay, so I'm going with this particular value. If you want to charge less, you can charge. Then I want to go get the contract object, and here we'll have the function. We'll call it donation, and let's call the particular function called donate and pass all the information. So we need to pass the value. We have to convert into a string. And that's the only thing because the rest of the data will be taken internally. And we have to wait for the transaction to be completed. Once the transaction is completed, we have to simply console log out and we can simply reload the browser and close this particular block. So this is the donation function and console log the entire object. So that's the donation function we have, and I believe that you guys have understood all the function we have created here. Now all we have to do is we have to simply get the native token. Okay, transfer native token, because the owner of the contract or whoever will have the token, the native token of the platform, they can call this function to transfer the token to any address. So that's the function we are working on. It's going to be an async function, and that we have to take the information of the token. So it's going to be in a form of object. So first we have to take this try and catch, then we have to simply deconstruct the data, the address and the token number which is coming from the token. Then we have to simply console log out to see things are looking fine. Then we have to simply get the contract. So we'll take this, then we have to take this transfer amount and we have to convert that in Ether. Once we have the transfer amount, then we have to get the contract. Once we have the contract object, now we have to simply call the transfer function and pass these two information. So this will transfer the fund, and we have to wait for the transaction to be completed. We can simply console log out the transaction data, and we have to reload the page and close that one and catch if anything goes wrong. Pretty good. So that's the transfer native token function we have. So I hope you guys have understood whatever function we have built so far. We have written so many code, and at the end we have to simply return all the function, all the variable we have updated. So let's return one by one. First we have to define the context provider, and it will have the value, and then we have to simply update. So we have to update the create ERC20 token. Then we have to take this withdrawal fund, we need the donation fund, we need the transfer native token. Then we have to update this get all NFT user listed. So all those state variable we have declared. This one is for the user token, donation one, we have the fee, we have the address of the user, we have the balance, we have the main balance, and we have the native token. And that's what we have to export from here, and it will be available to us. So this is the normal structure we have follow in many of our application, and that's pretty much. And here we have to simply export our use context. We'll call it use context. In that we have to simply pass the state context. So that's pretty much. Hope you guys have understood that what we have followed here. So like pretty good. Here we have all of these three packages. Then we have done the internal import. Here we have the ABI and the contract bytecode, and we have the context. Here we have the state variable we have defined. This is the very first function. We are getting the information about the account, then the balance, then we are getting the information about the native contract, checking for a condition, and then simply getting all the information about the native token and updating in our state variable. So this is the first if condition we have, and that's what we are simply updating. Close that one. Then we are working on the lookup contract, getting the balance, and here we have the condition that only all of the contract can have that balance and call this particular function. So that's the second check we have. This is my address, and that's what we are updating. And here we have all the token listed in the marketplace, getting all of that. Then we are simply pass the information in a readable format so we can display in the front end. So close that one. This is the second condition. Like this is for the user, checking for the account, and we are doing exactly the same thing, passing the data and setting up the interstate video. This is the fee, getting the listing fee, getting all the donations and setting in that and calling this. So this is the initial data function we have, and here we are calling the function. Now we have this first internal function called deploy contract. We are getting all of this information. First we are getting the factory, then getting the information about the token which user want to create, then getting this particular deploy and checking for server condition. That's what we have, and this is the second internal function which we are calling in our deploy contract. So we are getting all of this information, then we are passing all of this information in the contract and making the transaction complete. Close that one. And we have this create ERC20 token. So this one is the front end function which user will call. So first we have deconstructed the data, then we have built all of this logic, and we are calling this internal function and passing all this information. Close that one. And this is the withdrawal. That's a very simple one. We are withdrawing the fund from the contract, and this is what for the donation. Simply anybody can donate to fund, and this is the transfer native function. Okay, pretty good. And here we have exported all of the things. So I hope you guys have understood that what we have done. If you guys have a stuck and if you guys have encountered any error, make sure to rewatch and try to understand the logic we have built. So we are done with this context management, so close that one. So we are done with this contents and we are done with this index, and we have this also done, and we have done with these two contracts. So we are done with measure of the functions. Now all we have to do is to simply connect this entire features we have built with the front end. So we are done with the core feature of our business. Now we have to work on the pages. So first thing we have to do is to set up the context. So come back here in the app.js, and that's what we have to work next. So first we have to import the header, then we have to import the style file CSS, then we have to import our state context provider, and that's coming from the context index. Then we have to export the default. In that we have to receive the component and the props, and this is the very simple function. We'll say return, take our fragment, and that we have to simply call this state context provider, and we have to simply pass the component and the props. Now close this set context provider. So in that way, what will happen, the entire data we have defined in our context will travel through our entire application. So that's how you have to wrap the application. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to import all the JavaScript libraries. So let's come back here, let's import that. So first we need the vendor. So this one is the first one. This one is the vendor jQuery. Then we have the bootstrap. Then we have the carousel. Then we have the proper. Then we have the jQuery niche select. Then we have the jQuery main menu. We have the woe. And we have the plugins. We have the main.js, and let's close this one. So these are the JavaScript frameworks we are using. So all you have to do is to import, because this all framework is provided to you in the public folder, in the JavaScript folder, which you can simply import. So let me see, we are done with this import. We have the state, we have the receiving the props, and we have all of this. So let me format this one by one, and all of this is provided to you. Okay, so come back here, and if you go back to the public folder, and if you go to the JS file, here you will have all the libraries which we are using. So make sure to give the exact spelling name. If you mismatch the spelling, it's going to create a problem. And don't try to do any experiment unless or until you know the jQueries and all the JavaScript library we are using. So just leave it as it is, just import that, close that one. So that's the first setup we have to do here in the app.js. Looks pretty good to me. Now come back here in the index, close that one, and now you have to work on the. So before we do any work, what I want to do is, let's come back here in the context, and you can see we have done all of these setups. We are done with this setup as well. Okay, we are done all of these setups. We are close that one, and we can come back to the page, and now we can start working with the home page. Actually, we're not going to work with the home page, we're going to start with the creates. But let's start the application, let's see how things are looking fine. So let me open up my terminal, and let's run the command npm run dev, and here I can come in the browser. You can see everything is fine, no issue. We have this index, reload the page, and looks pretty good. Now come back in the code, and before we start working on the pages, let's write down the styles, the CSS file we have to configure, and write some custom styling. So come back here, let's close this one, and let's come back to the style, and let's start working on our global CSS. Click here. First we have to import all the libraries which we are using. So that's all coming from the assets. This one is for the animation, this one is for the bootstrap CSS, this one is for the bootstrap magnified, this one is the flat coin, we have the font awesome, we have the main menu, we have the niche select, and we have the cursor, we have the transition, and we have the responsiveness and themify icon, and we have the main style file. So these are the CSS files we are using. All you have to do is to simply import, and it's already there in the starter file. Now we have to write some custom CSS classes which we're going to use it. So let's come back here. Let's create the first one called custom classes, and let's call this one new margin, bottom 8 ram. Let's call new flex, called display flex, gap 2 ram. Let's call new text size, display none. Let's create new space, padding right 1 ram. Let's call new profile space, padding inline 5 ram. Font input color is going to be white. Let's add a media query, only screen. Max width is going to be 600 pixels. So in that we'll take this new flex, display grid template column, repeat to 1fr, cap is going to be 1fr, new text size, display none. We'll take this new image width is going to be 130 pixels, height auto. Then we'll get this new grid layout, display grid template column 1fr, gap 1 ram, new width 100%, title 2, font size 2 ram, line height 1 ram. Let's take this login form, margin 0 pixels, new nav class, margin left 1 ram. So that's the first media query. Let's come back here. Let's take the second one, and this time we're going to go with the 800 pixels, new text size, display none, new grid layout, display grid template column 1fr, gap 1fr, new width 100%, login form, margin 0, new nav class, margin left 1 ram. And that's the second media query. Let's add the third one, which is going to be for 525 pixels. New nav class is going to be padding right 1 ram, and that's the only thing. So far things are looking pretty good. I hope you guys have understood. So first we have imported all these CSS files. So if we come back to the assets, if you open the CSS folder, in that you will have all of this. So make sure to import correctly and give the exact name. That's what we have here. Then we have the custom CSS. This is the media query first, second and third. Pretty good. Now you can see it looks pretty good. If I reload the page, all the resets, all the class, everything's looking pretty fine. So simply close that one. And now what we're going to do is we're going to start working with the create page, not the home page. So come back in the create page and let's start working on it. So first we have to import React use state. That's coming from React. Then we have to do the internal import. In that we need a couple of things. So we need header, footer, use per profile, ERC20 transfer, and that's all coming from the index. Remember, because this is the architecture we are following, we are simply exporting the entire component from single location. So these are the components we have. Now we have to simply import use state context, and that's coming from our index. Then we have to work on the JSX, the actual page function. So we'll call it const create, and we have to declare a couple of state variable. So this will be the active, By default will be false. Second one is transfer, false. Third one, in that we have to simply import the functions from our context. So we'll say create ERC20 token function. We need the get all ERC20 token listed, users tokens, all donation, fee, address, balance, withdrawal function, donation fund, main balance, and we have the transfer native token, and we have the native token. That's all coming from our context. So we'll say use context, and we'll have the data. And now we have to start working on the JSX. So let's take a div. It will have the header. That's the first component we're going to work. And here we're going to have a dynamic component. So let's take that. If active is true, then we have to render this particular component, ERC20 token. In that we have to simply set this particular prop, set active to set active, and create ERC20 token function. So that's our first dynamic block. Now let's work on the second dynamic block. So we'll call it transfer. If it's true, then we have to simply open up the model and we have to set the props. So set transfer, and we have to simply call the function transfer native token to transfer native token. So that's the second our dynamic block, and close this one. So this is the two dynamic block we have. Now we have to work on the body. So come back here, let's take a main. In that we have to first render the profile, so user profile. The second one is going to be the profile. In that we have to send a lot of props, a lot of data. So let's send that. It's a native token. Then we have the transfer native token, main balance, get all donation, withdraw fund, balance, get all ERC20 token listed, get user, set active, set transfer, address, fee, create ERC20 token, donation fund, and that's all information we are sending in the props in the profile component, because we're going to have some sub component in the profile. That's why you can see we have a lot of data. Now here we have to close this main, and we have to close this footer and close this entire div, and then we have to simply return this, export this, create, and that's the only thing we have to do here. It's pretty huge. I hope you guys can see we have so many things here. First we have imported that, then internal import, then we have the context, okay, we had a footer, user profile, ERC transfer. If you come back here, that's all you can find. So come back to the index, and here we have all of this component which we are importing. Close that one, come back here, we have the state hooks, all this data we are getting from the context. Header, this is the dynamic component for ERC20 token, and this one is for the transfer, and we have to work on this. So these are the data we are passing. Then we have the main component, we have the user profile, and we have all of this. So far things are pretty good. I hope you guys have understood that what we have done. So this looks absolutely good to me, no issue we have. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to start working with the header component. So let's do one thing, let's comment all of this and let's start working on the header first. So that's what we're going to work next. So comment all of that. Now we can start working on our header section. So let's import React. Then we have to create the header component. So let's take its header, and we're not going to receive any props into this component. So let's come back here. Let's take a menu list. It's going to be an array of object. We'll take the name, we'll take the link, Then we're going to simply take the next menu. This will be our ERC20, and we have to redirect to the create page. Let's take the third menu. This is contact us, and we don't need to redirect anywhere. Let's take the fourth one, and this one is blog, and no need to redirect. So this is the entire array for our menu. Now we have to start working on the JSX part. So let's take this return, and we're going to take a header. It will have a class called header1. It will have a div. It will have a class called header menu area, header area. Inside the div, we're going to take another div. It will have a class called container. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called row, because we're going to have a multiple section in our header. So in this row, we have to take a div. It will have a class called column XL2, column large 2, column medium 3, and deflex align item center. Inside the div, we're going to take the div. It will have a class called logo, and we have to display our logo. So we'll take an anchor, and we have to redirect to the home page. Inside this anchor tag, we have to display our image. So the image is already provided to you. So we have to get into the image folder. From there, we have to go into the logo folder, and from there we can have the access of logo too. And simply close this one. Close the div, and we can close the first logo section. Now we can come back. Let's take a div. It will have a class called column XL10, column large 10, column medium 9. In that, we have to take a div. It will have a class called header right. In that div, we have to take an anchor, and we have to display the top button coin button. Inside that, we have to display our buy token, so user can click and they can buy the token. So we don't need to redirect anywhere. We have to close the div. Take a div. It will have a class called header menu. If right means flex. Inside that, we have to take the nav bar. It will have an ID called mobile menu, because we're going to hide on the mobile device. Inside this nav, we're going to take this UL. It will have a class called new nav class main menu. Inside that, we'll take our menu item, and we have to simply loop. So we'll take a li. It will have a class called result. It will have a key, and inside that, we have to simply take the anchor. We have to redirect to the menu link, and we'll take the menu name, and we have to simply close this one, and we have to close our dynamic block, and now you have to close our UL, and we have to close our nav. Close the div, and we can close the main div. Close that, and we have to close all the divs. So let me do it. And header. Now we have to simply export the header component, and that's the only thing we have to do. Okay, I hope you guys have understood that what logic we have taken. First, we have taken the menu list, imported the React, then we have this menu list, and we have this multiple section. So we have divided into our entire header section in 3 components. First one is logo, second one is the menu, and third one is the button. So this is the logo section we have, this is the buy button we have, and here we have the entire menu. So far things are good. Make sure to provide all the classes correctly. Now we are done with this. Save it and come back to the browser, and if you reload the page, let's go back to the create, because that's where we have connected. So let's go to the create, hit enter, and here you can see right now it's not displaying because we need to have a background, dark background color. So we're going to attach that. So if I over my cursor on the menus, you can able to see the effects we have created. So it looks pretty fine. You can see the over effect is working fine, and we are getting this color. Our button is also working fine, so it's looking pretty fine. So we are done with the header component. This is done. Now we have to start working on the profile. So let's come back here, and what I'm going to do is now I'm going to start working on the profile section. So what we can do is, let's bring that back. Let's comment the things. So we need to comment the dynamic components. We have to comment because we have not written any piece of code. So we're going to work on this particular one, user profile. So let's select this and comment, and we have to comment the footer. We have to comment this particular one. So only we have to comment the profile. So this portion comment. Okay, make sure to have the main tag open. In that we have this user profile. So click here and let's start working on this. First we have to import React. Then we have to import the icons, and that's coming from React Bootstrap on the user profile. So user profile, we're not going to receive any props. In that we have to start working on the JSX. So let's take a div. It will have a class called page area bread pd. Then we have the div. It will have a class called breadcrumb overlay. Inside the main div we have to take another div, and it will have a class called container. Inside that we have to take a div. It will have a class called row. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column xl12. In that we have to take a div. It will have a class called bread background. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called breadcrumb title. And here we have to take h2. We'll say user profile, and we have to close that one. Then we have to take a div. It will have a class called breadcrumb. Then we have to take the navbar aerial label to breadcrumb, because that's what we are triggering in the JavaScript. And inside this navbar we have to take a OL. We'll provide a class called breadcrumb. We'll take a li. We'll say breadcrumb items, and we have to simply display the text. So let's take this anchor and we'll say black text, and we don't need to redirect anywhere. If you want you can do, but I want to pass the simple text to home, and we have to simply close this one. And we can take a span. We'll have a class called new profile page space, sorry, and in that we can display the text. So let's display our icon, the arrow icon. So close that one, and let's have the icon and close this li, and take the second one, breadcrumb title. Then we can take the anchor, black text. We don't need to redirect anywhere. And that we can display our text called user profile. So first it will have home, then we'll have the icon, and then we'll have this particular text. Means user is on the user profile. And we have to simply close this li. Pretty fine, no problem so far. Let's close this OL. And now we have to simply close our nav. Close the div. Close the div. Close the div. Close that one. So we have to close all the div. Close it. And finally we have to export this user profile component. So that's the only thing we have to do here in the user profile, and it looks pretty fine. So this is the icon, and we have written a lot of components we have created. So this is the breadcrumb. You can go with a simple approach, but here I show you the proper structure which you have to follow when it's come to search engine optimization. So you have to give the proper tag. So that looks pretty fine. We're done with this. Close that one, and we are done with this particular one. If you come back, and that's how it's going to look. You can see we have the image, and that's how it's going to look. So we have the image, home, then the user profile. So that's how it's going to look. We have the user profile, home, and the arrow icon, the image, the component, and everything looks pretty fine. So let's come back. Now what we're going to do is you can simply change this to div. It will work fine. So if you don't like to go with the tag, it will not create any problem, but I would like to bring the proper tags. So when the crawler of Google comes and analyze your structure of your application, it can identify that what section is for what. So it's always important that you have to give the right tag name to your HTML element. Now we can start working on the profile. So we are done with this. So let's start working on the profile. So this is what I have here. So we have so many props. So before we start working on the profile, let's work on the footer. because I can see we have the footer and we have to start working on it. So click here. Now we have to import React. Then we have to create the footer component, and we have to take footer menu. So let's take that, call coin list, and that will say Ripple coin, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Coinbase, Circard, and these are the coins, the menu which I'm displaying. Now we can come back here. Let's take the second menu, and it will be an array of object. So we'll take the name, home, then we'll have the link, close that one. Take the second menu, it will be ERC20, and the link is going to be hash. Let's take the third one, name, contact us, link, close that one. And the last one we have is the blog, and we have to provide the link and close. Let's take the another one, call detail, link, and close that one. And this is the entire array we have for all the menus. Now we have to work on the JSX. So let's take a return, and we'll take a footer. It will have a class called footer1. Let's take a div. It will have a class called footer area. Inside the div, we're going to take a div. It will have a class called container. Then we'll have this div class row, and we have multiple sections. So we have close to 4 sections in our footer. So that's what we have to work. So inside this div row class, we have to take a div. It will have a class called column XL4, column XL large 4, and column medium 4. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called footer, content, logo, footer. So this one is the logo section. And let's take this div. It will have a class called footer, head. Inside that, we can take a div. It will have a class called footer, logo. In that, we'll take a anchor, and in the anchor we have to provide the image source. So again, logo 2, and we have to simply close this anchor, close that one. Then we have to close the div, and here we have to take a div. It will have a class called footer icon, and we have multiple icons. That's what we have to display. So let's take a UL, and we have to display the icons. So we'll take this array, we'll call it social, and we have to simply render the component, means the icons. So we'll take this li. In this, we're going to have this anchor. We don't even want to redirect anywhere, and we can simply display the icon. So we'll take this image, we'll provide the source, and here we have to change the image dynamically. So we'll change this i+1, so it will have a different images for the icons, and that's the only thing we have to do. And we have to simply close this anchor. So let's close that one, and we can close the li, and we have to close our dynamic block. Let's close our UL. Make sure close properly, okay? And at the end, we have to close this icon, footer icon component. So we are done with that. Now we can come back here. Now we'll close the entire section, close the div, close the div, and now we can start working on the menu. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called column XL4, column large 4, column medium 4. In that, we have to simply take a div. It will have a class called footer, content, margin 0. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called footer, head, and we'll display this payment options, and we have to list down all the payment method we have defined in our array. So we'll take a UL. It will have a class called footer list. Inside that, we'll take this coin list menu, and we have to simply loop. So coin index, and in that, we're going to take this li. We'll say anchor, the name of the payment coin, close that one. and we have to close our dynamic block and the UL. Close that one. Then close the main div. Then we have to take another UL and we have to call it footer list because we're going to have two more. And then we have to take the second menu list and we have to simply render that. So let me do it. So li, then we have to take the anchor, provide that, and we can simply close that one. Close the dynamic block and close our UL. So we have this two menu list. Now we can simply close our div, close the div, close the div. Now we can start working on our third section. So let's take a div. It will have a class called column XL4, column large 4, and column medium 4. And we can take a div. It will have a class called footer, content, last content, right, margin 0. In that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called footer, head. Then we'll take h4 and we'll say subscribe. Let's take a p tag and let me quickly copy and paste the text. So that's the text. Now we have to take a div. It will have a class called sub field. Inside that we have to display our input field. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called subscription input. And in this particular div, we have to take our input field. Let's take this type is going to be email. Class is going to be email form control with 80. We'll have the ID called sub email. Then we'll display the placeholder called type email. And then we have to simply close the input field. Now we'll take a button and we have to assign the properties. So the very first one we have to add is the type. It's going to be a submit. Then we'll take the ID called submit. Let's take the class called sub button coin button. We have to simply provide our text. So let's call it subscribe. And we have to simply close our button. Now we can simply close the div. Close the div. Close the div. Close the div. And close the div. Close the div. Close that one. Close this one. And now we have to work on the copyright section. So let's come back. Let's take a div. It will have a class called footer area bottom. In that we have to take a div. It will have a class called container. And inside the container class, we have to take a div. It will have a class called row. And we'll take a div. It will have a class called column XL6, column large 6, and column medium 6. In that we have to take a div. It will have a class called copyright. And we can take a p and let's display a short message, copyright 2023, and we can add this anchor. We'll say the blockchain coder all right reserve, and we can simply close this p tag. So this is the copyright message we have. Now here we're going to close the div. Now we can display our down menu. So let's take a div. It will have a class called column XL6, column XL large and 6, and we'll have the column medium 6. In that we're going to take the div. It will have a class called footer menu. We'll take a UL and we'll take a arrays, and we're going to simply define it. So about terms and condition, privacy, and we have to simply run a loop and we have to render the component with the menu. So we'll take a li. Inside the li we have to take the anchor. So let's come here. Let's take an anchor and we have to display the items and close that one. And close the dynamic block. Close the UL. And we have to close the div. Close the main div. And close this one. Close this one. And with that we are done. Simply close all the div and footer, and finally we have to export the footer component. So that's it. So you can see we have a lot of things going on here. So we have the first menu, This is the first menu coin. This is the menu list. And we have this huge JSX because we have multiple section in our footer. So this is the first one. Let me close this one. This is the second one. This is the third one. So this is the third components, the first component of the footer, and this is the copyright one. I hope you guys have followed and apply all the classes correctly, the way I have done it. So if you have stuck and found any error, make sure to rewatch it and try to understand. So this is the entire footer component we have. Now we can simply clump and we can have a look. And that's how our footer would look like. You can see the icon, the social media, the menu, the subscriptions, and the footer menu. Looks pretty fine. All the classes, all the stylings are looking absolutely good. On over effect, this is the subscription component. Input, and they can easily able to have the menus. They can click and it will automatically trigger. So this particular arrow is coming from JavaScript because we have used this functionality with the JavaScript, so it will automatically reflect here. Go to the page. So this is the global component. We have worked pretty good. No issue we have so far. Things are looking pretty good to me. We're done with that. Simply close this footer, come back here, and now we have to start working on the profile component because it contains a lot of sub component in this profile component. So let's bring it back. So let's uncomment this one, and now we have to work on it. So this header is done, footer is done, user profile is done. Now we have to work on the profile. So let's uncomment this one and let's get into the profile. So first thing, we have to import React use state, and that's coming from React. Then we have to do the internal import because this particular component will be dependent on sub components. So let's import those components. So we need to import the profile menu, sidebar, and that's coming from the index. Let's work on the profile. So it's going to receive a lot of props. So let's receive all the props which we have sent. Set active, get all ERC20 token listed, get user ERC20 token, address, fee, create ERC20, balance, withdraw fund, donation fund. We have get all donation, main balance, set transfer, native token. So these are the props we are receiving into this component. Now we have to take a couple of state variable. So let's call this open, set open. By default it will be dashboard because we're going to have multiple component. So the very first component we're going to open is the dashboard. Then we can come back here and let's start working on the JSX. So let's take a div. It will have a class called dashboard area, and let's assign a background color, area padding 3. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container, and in that container we'll have a div. It will have a class called row. Let's take a sidebar component. In that we have to send a lot of props. So we have to send the props called address. Then we have to set this set open. Then we have to send this open, set active, and we have this set transfer, and close the sidebar. Now come back here. Let's work on the profile media. This is the another component. In that we have to send the props. So like in that we have to send this native token because we have to display all the information of the tokens. Then we have the main balance. Then we have the get all donation. We'll have the donation fund. We have the withdraw fund. We'll have the balance. We'll have the create ERC20 token, and we have the set open. Also open, fee, address, and we have the get all ERC20 token listed, and that's what we have to pass. We'll take the get user tokens, and we have to simply close this entire. So we have sent a lot of props. Now we have to close the main div, close this one, close this one, close this, and we have to simply export this profile, and that's the only thing we have to do. So what we have done, first we have imported this React, then the components, then we have received all the props we have sent here, and we have taken this particular variable, then we have built this particular logic. So we're going to have this two component. One is the sidebar, and the profile menu. Now let's start working on the sidebar. So click here, and we have to import React. Then we have to import the icons, and that's coming from React icons bootstrap. Then we have to create the sidebar component. So in that we have to receive the prop set active, set open, open address, and set transfer. And now we have to take a menu list because we have to render the menus. We'll say menu list, it's gonna be an array, so it's gonna be an array of object. So we'll take this menu, we'll say dashboard, name dashboard. Then we'll take the your token, then we'll have the donation. So these are the three menu we are taking. The reason why I have taken this array of object, because if in case if you want to add a new page, then you can simply pass the link and you will have the data. Okay, now let's start working on the JSX. Let's take a div. It will have a class called column XL3, column large 3, and column medium 4. Inside that we'll take a side. It will have a class sidebar. Then we have to take a div. It will have a class called dashboard side. We'll take a div. It will have a class called dashboard head. Inside that we have to take a div. It will have a class called dashboard profile, and we have to take a image, and we have to display the profile image which is already there. So we can display the image, and now we have to take a div. It will have a class called profile content, and we have to display the information of the user. So we can do one thing. We can take this span. It will have a class called pro name, and I can give this hardcode name. You can give your brand name. I'll say Daulat Hussain, and I can simply take this span. It will have the number, like pro number, and in that we're going to display the address of the user. So I'm going to slice it down to 15 character only. I don't want to display the entire address. So once we have the name and address, we can simply close the div. We can close the div. Now we can close the div, take a div. It will have a class called dashboard menu, and we'll take a UL. Inside that we're going to take our dynamic block, and we already have the menu. We have to simply render. So inside that dynamic block we have to take a li. Let's add an on-click function, and we have to simply call this set open, and we have to add the name. So we'll take this element.name. Then we'll call this class, like if open is equal to element.name, then we have to add this class active, otherwise empty. Okay, that's how we can make the particular component active. And we have to simply render the menu. So inside that we'll take a anchor. We can display the icon. We can take a span. It will have a class called new space, and so it will provide the space between the icons, and then we can simply display the name of the icon, and we can simply close the anchor. So that's the anchor we have, and now we can simply close our li. Then we can simply close our dynamic block. So we have closed our dynamic block, and now we have to display two more menu. And the reason why I have taken these two menus separately, because we have to attach on-click function on that for creating and for transfer. So let's take a li. It will have an on-click function. So we're going to simply call set active true, and we'll take an anchor. We don't need to redirect anywhere. Inside that I can display the icon. I'll take the span, the space, and then I can simply display our menu. So I'll say create token, and I can simply close that one, close the li. So this is the exact thing we have to do one more time. So simply let's do it quickly. We'll have an on-click function, then we have to call this set transfer, so it will become true, and the transfer component will be displayed on top. Inside that we can take this anchor. We don't need to redirect anywhere. We have to display the icons. Let's take a span, and then we can display the menu. So we'll say transfer token transfer, and we have to simply close this one, and we can close our li. So that's pretty much. So we have all the menu. Now we can simply close this UL, And that's the only thing we have to do. Close the div, close the div, close the div, and now we can simply export this particular sidebar component. So that's the only thing we have to do here. You can see how easy it is. So first we have imported this, we have got all the props, we have created this entire menu, and here we have getting all the props, and that's what we are receiving. So this is the first section for the profile. Okay, this is the first section. Now this is the dashboard, the menu. So this is the UL, the dynamic data, and here we have this hardcode menus which has a click event. So good. Okay, so we are done with the sidebar. Now we have to work on the profile menu. So this one is going to be a little huge because we have sub component into this particular one. So let's get into this. Let's start working on this. Click on that. So first thing, we have to import React. Then we have to do the internal import, and we have to import couple of components, table, table2, and that's coming from the index. Then we have to work on the profile main. We have to receive the props. So we have to receive a lot of props like all token, then user token, set open, open, fee, create, address, balance, withdraw fund, donate fund, get all donation, main balance, native token. So these are the props we are receiving into this component, and now we have to simply come back here. Now we have to render the details. So we'll take a variable called details, and it's going to be in our array type. So it will have a lot of information. So it will have the title, then it will have the value. So this data is available in this particular variable. So if the user have created any token, then we're going to display the number of token he has created. Otherwise we're going to go with the default value which is 0. So this is the create. Now we have to display the entire token. So the title is ERC20 tokens, and this will be the entire token in the marketplace. Otherwise 0. Close that one. Let's take another one. Title is going to be listing fee, and we already have the fee. Then we have the title is the donors, and we have to display the length of donation we have received. Let's take another one. This will be the title called native token symbol, and we have to display the native token balance. Let's take another one. We'll have the title called contract balance, and we'll have the value. We'll display the main balance. Otherwise it's undefined, and we can simply, so what we can say that if main balance equal to undefined, then we can say only owner can see. Otherwise we have to display the balance. Simple, pretty good. So this is the entire menu we have, which we're going to render. Now we can come back here. Let's take a variable called contract owner, and this is the address of the contract owner. So I'm going to put here because I have to display dynamic component. So based on the owner of the contract interaction, I have to change the component data. So let's take this address for owner. So the address you have provided in the smart contract as an owner, make sure to take the exact address. So we have this variable. Now we can start working on the JSX. So let's take a div. It will have a class called column XL9, column large 9, column medium 8. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row, user dashboard. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column XL12, column large 12, and column medium 12. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called user top, and we can display the div. It will have a class called user balance. Inside that we'll take a span. It will say your balance, and here we have to take a div. It will have a class called main balance, and we have to display the balance which we are getting from our context. So we have to simply slice it down to 7 characters. I don't want to display the huge like 00, the huge number. So we have the balance. Now we can simply close the div. Take a div. It will have a class called user dashboard button, and here we can display 2 buttons, one for withdrawal, one for donation. So we'll say anchor, we'll say user button, coin button. It will have an on click function, and we'll say donate fund. So remember that we are asking user to donate fund in our contract, and by default we want them to donate 1 ether. You can set any value. We are going with a fixed donation. So that's the function we have to attach. In here, we can simply call this donation 1 Matty. So that's the donation we want. Close that one. That's the first button we have. That's the first button we have. And the second button is going to be for the withdrawal, but we want to allow only owner of the contract to see this particular button. So let's build that condition. So we'll take this address is equal to the contract owner, then only we have to render this component, otherwise we have to hide it. So I can say anchor, it will have an on-click function, and we'll have to simply attach the function withdraw, and let's assign these classes. User button color. In that we can call this withdraw fund, and we have to close our anchor, and we have to close our dynamic component. Pretty good. Now we can simply close the div, close the div, close the div, close the div, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called row dashboard content. Inside that, we'll take in that we have to render the details of the data we have taken. So we already have this array. All we have to do is to loop over it. So we'll say detail index, and we have to make it instant return. So we'll take a div. It will have a key, because every single component will have a unique ID. Key, it will have a class, column XL4, column large 4, column MD6. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called single dash head. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called dashboard amount, deflex, flex wrap, align item center. We'll take a div. It will have a class called amount content. Let's take a span. It will have a class called pro name, and we have to display the name, the title, and close the span. So once we have the title, then we have to take a span, and here we have to display the value, the amount. Then we can simply close the div, and we can take a div. It will have a class called invest thumb. We'll take an image, and we can display the image. We already have the image, and that's what we can render. And every image going to be different in the component. That's why we have taken this condition I+1, and close the div, and close the div, close the div, close the div, close the div, and dynamic block. Now div. Now we have to build a condition. So if open is equal to dashboard, then we have to render this particular component. So we'll check this table, and in that we have to simply pass the props, the data. So we'll take this title, all created ERC20 token, and we have to pass the data. So we'll take this table data, get all ERC20 token listed, and that's the data we have to send in the table. If open is equal to dashboard, else open is equal to your token, we can use the same table, but we have to pass the different data. So we'll say your tokens, and we have to pass the data called get user tokens. Else we have to simply call this donation. So if open is donation, then you have to call this the second table 2 component. We have to pass the title, your donation, all user donation, and we have to pass the data, get all donation. So this is our dynamic component, and at the end by default we're going to have this empty string. We're not going to render anything. So this is the safest way to render the actual component which you want to trigger and display in the front end. Now we can simply close the div, close that, and we have to simply export this profile menu. And that's the only thing we have to do here. You can see we have done a lot of things. We have taken this React, then we have imported the component. We have received all the props here. That's what we are sent here, and that's what we are receiving here. Then we have taken this details, the menu, and in that we have the data which we're going to render in the component. Simply close that one. Here we have the condition for the owner, because we have this 2 button. So this is the first section, close that one. This is the second section, and here we have the dynamic block which we want to trigger based on the condition. With this looks pretty fine, and now we can start working on the table. Click here. We have to import React. Now we have to take this table components, and we have to receive the props, table data and table title, and we have to start working on the J6. So let's take a div, it will have a class called row. It will have a div called class called column XL 12, column large 12, and column medium 12. Then we'll take a div, it will have a class called send money from transaction log. Inside that, we'll take a div, it will have a class called from text, and that will take a h4, and it will have a class called from top, and we have to display our title. So we can take this space and we can display the title. We'll say table data dot length. If it's equal to 0, means there is no transaction, then we can call this particular title no token created. Otherwise, we have to display the title which we have sent as a prop. Okay, this is a dynamic title. And now we have to simply close this h4. Now we have to simply render the table data. So we already have the data. We have to check for the length. If it's not, if it's equal to 0, then we don't want to render anything. It's an empty string. But if we have the length, means if there is a token, then we have to simply render the data. So we'll come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called form inner, table inner. Inside that, we'll take a table and we'll take this head. We'll take this tier. Let's take this table head. Let's assign the property quickly. So we are displaying all of this data like date, transaction hash, token address, supply, name, and symbol. So we are done with this head. Now we can simply render the data. So let's take a fragment and we'll take a dan data and we're going to simply loop over it. So we'll take this token and it's going to be an instant return. So let's take a tier. We have to assign a key. Let's take this table body and we have to render the data. So first one is the create date. Let me quickly render that. And in that we have to attach an on-click function because the user can click and they can copy the transaction hash and the transaction address. So we'll take this navigator.clipboard right, and in that we have to simply pass the data. So we have to pass the transaction hash. So the data is already available on token transaction hash, and close that one. So simply close this block, dynamic block, and close. Now we have to simply display the transaction hash, so which we already have here. Let's slide it down to 15 because it's a huge. We don't want to display the entire one. Now we have to simply close this one body. Come back here. Now we have to do the same thing with the address. So let me quickly write it. And we have to simply close the div, close the table body. Hope you guys have got an idea what we have done. Simply we have done exactly the same thing which we have done for the transaction hash. We can allow the user to click on the address and they can copy. So now let's move ahead and let's put other data in the table. So let's take this token supply. This one is the token symbol, and we have the token name, and we have to close this table body. Close the dynamic rendering component. We can close the fragment. We can close the table head, and we have to close the table. Close the div. Close the dynamic block. Close the div, and close it. Close it. Close it, and that's the only thing we have to do. And now we have to simply export this component, which is the table. So we're done with this. It's pretty simple. We have imported the data, then that's the data we have received. We are checking for a condition. If the length is there, then we have to display the message different. If it's not, then we have to display the title. Then we have the header, then we have all of this data which we are rendering. Pretty simple. Okay, that's a simple thing we have. So we are done with this table. Now we have to work. This is done. This is done. Now we have to work on the table 2 for the donation. So click here. Let's import the React. Now we have to create the table 2 component. We have to receive the data, the title and the table data. let's start working on the J6. I'm going a little faster. If you guys think that I'm going a little faster, you can adjust the speed, because right now we are working on the UI part. So I'll go a little faster because these are the simple thing. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called column extra 12, column large 12, and column medium 12. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called send money from transaction log. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called from text. Inside that we'll take a header like h4, and we'll display our text. So it's going to be a dynamic one. So we'll take this table, length is 0. Then we can display the different message. But if we have the length, then we have to display the different message. So if we have, then we can say title and close this h4. The exact logic we have to follow, which we have followed in the first table. So the same thing, we have to check for the length. If we have, then we can, if we don't have, then we can display nothing. Otherwise we have to display the entire table component. So let's take a div. It will have a class called form inner table. Let's take a table. Then we have to take the table head. Inside that we have to display the table. So let's define the heading. So we'll have this th donation ID. Then we'll have the donor and the fund. Okay. Now we can simply close that one. Take a fragment, and here we have to build the dynamic conditions. We'll take table. We have the data, then we have to simply render and make it instant return. So we can take this tr, we'll assign a key, and let's assign the data. So we'll take this donation ID. We can take the donation, the donor address, and the last one is going to be the font, Matty. You can take any currency, but I'm going with Matty, and close that one. We can close our dynamic block, close the fragment, and we can take this head close, then the table close, and then the dynamic div, and then we have the dynamic one. So close that one, close this one, and close this, and close this. So this is the only thing we have to do here. We have to simply export the table 2, and that's the only thing. So first we have imported the data, then we have checked for the condition. If we have the data, then we are simply rendering the data, exactly the thing which we have done in the table, in the first table. So that's the only thing we have to do here. All of these components are pretty good. Close that one, and this looks pretty fine. Now we are done with that. So before we start working on this, like, I want to show you something. So come close that one. Now let me start the application. So what I did, I simply changed the address because the contract I have already deployed, and I'm using the old contract, and I have already done a couple of transactions. So I've simply passed the address of that particular contracts. So it already has a lot of transactions, so it will display the data. So let's see the data is working or not. And the address is already given to you guys also, so you can paste that address. So if I simply start the application called npm run dev, it's going to start the application, and you can see the application is started. Now let's come back to the browser and click here, and it's going to open the MetaMask. It's open. Now I can simply log in to my application. So here I'm connected. Now I have to go back to the create page. So before we go back to the create page, let me show you what I have done. So let's come back here. So this is the components we have done, and come back here in the contract, and this is the contract we have done. No need to do any changes here. So the thing I want to show you, that come back here in the context and click here. Like, we have the APIs and we have the context. So I have done the changes in the address. So this is the old address when I use and I test the application, and it has already a couple of transactions. So I want to show you those data in the component, but later we're going to replace this. Okay, so I have made the changes in the addresses in both the one, so we can fetch the data. So make sure to pause and pass the exact address in your context file. You can also have the same data which we're going to render. Okay, so I have done that, and you can see it already had a lot of transaction, and all of the data is reflecting here in the component. So you can see we have this particular one. We're not going to work on this. First we have to look at the data. So all the data is looking fine. You can see created two. I have created with this particular address 2 token. So the address is, the data is displaying that. We have the total number of token creation, the listing fee, the total donation it to receive, the token, the native token balance I have, and I'm the owner, so I can fetch the balance of the contract and I can display in the front end. So it looks pretty fine. This is good. Now here we have all the token which user have created. You will have the date, your transaction has token address, supply, name, symbol. Looks pretty good. And here we have all of this menu. So if I click on the donation, right now we don't have any donation, so it's empty. If you go back to the your token, so right now I've created 2 token, it's displaying. And we have to work on this create token and transfer one. Okay, these 2 components we have to work. Looks fine. If I come back here and if I change to account 1, and if I reload the page, you will see that we will not have the access to see the balance of the contract. Okay, it took a little bit time and we got this data. Right now this particular account has created only 1 token, which you can see, and no donation, and that's what you can see. If you come back to the dashboard, here you will find all the tokens, and the button is also gone. So the entire logic looks absolutely fine. So if I go back to the owner, so this is the owner, if I reload the page, you will see that we have the balance and we can see all of this data, the button and all, the withdrawal button, the donations, and the contract balance. So everything's looking fine. You can see we can easily able to fetch the data and render in the component. So it looks pretty beautiful. Now we are left with only 2 functions, 2 components. So it looks fine. I have no issue in my end. So come back to the VS, and now we have to start working on this 2 component, ERC20 and transfer one. So this is the 2 component we're going to work on it. So what I will do is, let's start working with the first one, ERC20. Simply cut this one and paste here, and let's start with this particular token. So click here, close this one, and click here, and let's import React use state, and that's coming from React. Then we have to import the icon, that's coming from the React. Then we have to start working on the J6, the ERC20 component. In that we have to receive the prop set active and the function for creating. Then we have to take a variable called token, and it's going to type of object. So we need the information of the name, then we need the symbol, and we need the supply. So these are the information we need from the user so they can create the token, and close that one. Let's take a function which can allow us to update this data. So we'll call it handle token info. It will take the field and event, and we're going to simply call this set token. We have to spread the object, and then we have to simply update it. So we'll take the field name and we can say e.target.value. So this is the reusable function we have built. All we have to do is to simply call this function in our input field, and it will update the data in the state variable. Now we can start working on the J6. So let's take a div. It will have a class called login area padding fix. We'll take this div. It will have a class called login overlay. It's a closing div. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. It will have a div. It will have a class called row justify content center text center. Inside the div, I can take a div. It will have a class called column XL 6, column large 6, and column medium 8. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called login form, sign up form. Then we'll take a span. It will have an on click function. We'll say set active to false. Then we'll take the icon, and we can simply close the span. Now we have to take a h4 and we have to display our title. So we'll say login title text center. We'll call it create ERC20 token. Then we have to take a div. It will have a ID called contact form. It will have a class called log form. It will have an input, and we have to assign all the properties. So let's do it very quickly. Type is going to be text. So So this is the first input field we have. We have type, text, ID, class, form control, placeholder name, required, and we are simply calling our handle token info function. In that we have to pass the name and the event. So let's create two more. Let me do it very quickly. So this is the second input field. In that we are taking the symbol. We have assigned the ID, email, class, form control, placeholder symbol, and we are simply calling our handle. Let's create the last one. So this is the last one we have. Text, like placeholder total supply, and we have the supply. So it will automatically update our state object. So we got all the input fields. Now we have to take the button. It will have an on click function, and we have to simply call our create ERC20 function, and in that we have to simply pass the token object, all the details. Let's call this submit, assign a class slide button, color button, login button, and close that. And we have to give the name create token and close the button. Take a div. It will say message submit, and we can take this class h3 text center hidden by default. We'll take a div. It will have a class called clear fix. It's a self-closing div. And we can take a div. It will have a class called clear. So we can pass different messages in each one of this div. So we'll take this separator text center. So it will have some space. And we can take a span. It will have called create your ERC20 token, a short message, and we can close the div. We can take a div. It will have a class called single icon, sign icon. In that we can just take a div. It will have a class called account, and we'll say with minimum fee of 1 Mati. So that's the fee we are declaring here. Simply close the div, and we can close the div, and we can close the div, close the div, close the div, and close the div. And we have to simply export the entire component, and that's the only thing we have to do. We got the icons, then we have taken this state of object. We have name, symbol, and supply. This is the function which allows us to update the state object. And we have taken this, the header. Then we have this 3 input field. This one name, this one is symbol, and this one is supply. We have taken the button, and we have taken this small decoration where we can display our short messages. So that's done with this. Now we have to come back here, and if I show you, if I click on this create token, it's going to open that pop-up model. There it is. If you click, you can pass all the information and you can create a token. So it's working. Now we have to work on the transfer. So let's start working on this. Let's remove this one, and it's going to be quite similar. So click on that. We have to import React use state. Then we have to import the icon, the cross icon. Then we have to take the component. We have to receive the prop, set transfer native token, and we have to take an object, token object, and then we can take the information, the address where we want to transfer, and the number of token we want to transfer. Then we have to create the same function. So let's create very good. So we got the function handle token info. This will update that. Now we have to work on the J6. Let's take a div. It will have a class called logo area padding fixed. We'll have a div. It will have a class called logo overlay. Close the div. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside the div, we'll take another div. It will have a class called row, justify, center, and text center. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called call Excel 6, call large 6, column medium 8. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called login form, sign up form. Then we'll take a span, it will have an onClick function, and we have to simply call this set transfer to false, and we have to display our icon and close the span. Okay, then we can take this H4 and we can display our text. So login title, text center, and transfer token, exactly the same thing which we have done in that other component, ERC20 token. So let me go a little quickly here. We'll take a div, it will have an ID called contact form, class log form. Then we'll take a input and let's quickly assign all the property. So this is the first input field. Type is going to be text, ID, name, class, form control, placeholder, address. It's a required field, and we have simply called the function handle token info, and we have passed the address and event, and it has an on change function. So let's create the next one very quickly. So that's our second input field. For the amount, we have simply passed the information and we have updated. Now we can come back here and we can take the button. So we have to apply the same stylings. So let's do it very quickly. On click, we're going to simply call the transfer native token, and we have to pass the token object. Then we have to apply the type. It's going to be a submit. ID is going to be a submit. Let's assign a class called slide button, color button, login button. And now we have to simply call the text. So we can say something like transfer token, and we have to simply close our button. So close that one. Done with the button. Now we can simply come back here and we can take a div. It will have an ID called message submit, and we have to apply the classes text center hidden. That's by default. Then we can take a div. It will have a class called clear fix. It's a closing div. Then we can take another div. It will have a class called clear. Close that one. Then we'll take another div. It will have a class called separator text center, and inside that we can display our short message. So we'll take a span. It will have a create your ERC20 token and span. You can give any information. I'll simply close the div, and we can close the div, close the div, close the div, close this one, close this one, and we're done with this entire transfer component. And now we have to simply export that. So this is the entire component we have written. Looks pretty good. Simple import, taken the object, updating function we have, and we have this input fields. This is the header for closing, and we have this two input field which gives the information and the button and the clear message. Hope you guys have gotten. Now simply close that one, and we are testing with this existing contract address, the old one. We're going to put our new contract definitely. So save it, and now we can simply come back here. Every single thing is working fine. So we are done with this entire create page. Reload the page and things looks pretty fine. We have all of this information for the contract, the old contract. Okay, so we have all of this. Now I can able to see the balance of the contract. If I click your token, so I'm created this two token from this particular wallet. If I come back to the donation, I haven't done any donation. If I click on this create token, here it is. I can simply pass the name, symbol, and supply, and I can create. So I can close that one. If I come back to the create, this is the create one. So let's create a token. So let's call this to like what name I should give. Let's call it Schwab coin, and I can give the symbol SHO. Let's have a supply to like 5 million and click on that. So it's going to trigger our pop-up message. You can see our MetaMask popped up, and here we are calling this contract deployment. Click on confirm, and the transaction is happening. It's going to make two transactions. So once this transaction is completed, we have to clear one more transaction, and that transaction is going to store the information in our lookup contract, so the user can have their token and they can see the address the transaction has and all the information. So the transaction is completed, and just wait, and here you can see we have one more function to call, and thus we are charging the fee. Click on confirm, and now it's going to make the transaction. So the user has to complete both the transaction, and here the page will reload, and we got our token right up here. So Schwab coin, The supply, the symbols, address, hash, and the date, everything is looking fine. If you click on this, you will have the address. Come back here and paste. So this is the address. This is the transaction hash. Paste. This is the transaction hash, and you can easily able to confirm on the test network. So if you come back to the Polyscan, so what I call Poly Mumbai scan, paste here, come back here, and I can simply get the address. So this is the token address. Simply copy and come back here. If I paste, hit a request, you can see just now we have done the transaction and we have created this token 1 minute ago. And this is the address of the token. So what I will do is, if I check the ownership of the token, I can do that. So this is the address I have used. So copy this one, address, and paste here, make a request. So this is the my wallet address. And if I come back to the tokens here, you will find all the token I have created with this particular account. So you can see this is the one which I have created just now. The supply, the symbols, all that you will find here. It's really powerful. So this is working fine. Okay, this is working absolutely fine. User have created the token, and now we have to check this one. So like I'm the owner of the contract and I have the token, because the moment I have deployed the token, a contract, the token was assigned to my address, so I can simply transfer to anybody. So let's do the transfer. So if I come back here, and I can simply do one thing, I can get the address, this particular one, the first one, and I can get back to the account number 6 and reload the page. So if I transfer the token to the account 1, let's give it the token I want to supply, transfer to 100, and call this transfer. And here we are. It's going to trigger on MetaMask. Click on this confirm, and the transaction is happening. So just wait. And finally, we are sending this DH token to the account number 1. So just wait. And here the transaction is completed. Looks pretty fine. The page is reload. And right now you can see this balance went down to 899 to 799. So this much fund we have. And if I come back to the account number 1, you can able to see the balance I have. So if I reload the page, you can find it's fetching the data, and here we have 100 token. Everything is working absolutely fine. You can see we can go to your token dashboard, create, and we have the transfer. Pretty fine. Now what I'm going to do is, so things are looking pretty good. Come back to the VS Code, and now we have to use our new contract address. So this looks fine. Close that one, and we have to work on this index page. So close that one. Now we can come back to the context, and here I'm going to use the new address. So I'm going to simply change the address file, and here we have keep the address of the contract which we have deployed. So all we have to do is to get these contract addresses, and we have to bring it here. So now we're going to deal with our contract which we have deployed. So let's paste here, comment this, and we have to simply change the contract addresses. So this one is for generator. The ABI is going to be the same because we haven't made any changes in the contract. So simply copy that and paste here. Looks fine. So looks good. Now if we start the application, npm run dev, and come back to the applications, close this one, close this one, close this one, and if I reload the page, I'm connected with the application. You can see right now we don't have anything in here. So here we are. Now if you come here, you can see we have not created any token. We are getting the listing fee, we are getting the number of token we have, so as a native token. So that's all information you will find here. So everything is empty we have in a contract, and in your case you will have the same scenario. So you can see that here I'm not able to fetch the balance. Why? Because I have to do the changes. I'm in the account number 1, and I use the account 1 to deploy my contract, but it's saying that I'm not the owner. If I change my account to 6, and here I can see I'm able to fetch the balance. Okay, so this is the change I have to do, because I'm using the old address for fetching the contract balance. So I have to do the changes. Everything is 0. This is the one fix we have to do, because I have changed the account. Earlier I was using 6, but now I'm using account 1. So I'll come back here. I'll go back to the account 1, and I'm going to simply copy the addresses. So first I have to reload the page, and so I'm getting the balance. Okay, I'm getting the token, native token balance. and this is fine. Come back here and I have to get the address, and I have to replace the old addresses which I have provided. So come back here in the page, in the create, and here we have this profile. So first thing I have to do is this is the profile. We have click on here. Okay, why it's opening the same component over and over again? So this is the profile. Click here. Okay, it's taking me. Come back here and let's go back to the profile, and here we have this profile. Click here, main profile, and here we have to replace that one. So this is the old address, the account number 6, but I've used account number 1 for deploying the contract. So let's change this address. So this is the first change we have to do. Once you do with that, you will have these 2 buttons like donation and withdraw. So this button is reflecting fine. Now we have to do the changes here in the contract balance. So that's the change we have to do here. Now come back here, and I know the place where we have to do the changes. So first we have to come back here in the create. Here we are in the user profile, and no need to do any changes in here. So this looks pretty fine. So where else I have to do the changes? I can see the addresses, and this is the change I have done just now, and this is the profile. Okay, so what's is the matter? Now we have to come back to the contract, and let's have a look in the contract. Okay, I forgot to tell you that you have to change the address in the contract as well, because earlier I was using account number 6, but now I'm using account number 1. So I have to change here as well. Okay, make sure to change the address in all the places, okay, including the contract and in the front end. So I'll simply change that. So this is the account number 1 address I have. Save it, or we're going to redeploy the contract. Just wait. So that's the 2 changes you have to do in 2 places. Now we have to do one more changes. Close that one. Now we have to come back to the let's come back to the context, and we have that. So let's do one thing. Let's delete this ABI. Let's redeploy the contract because we have made the changes. And now let's open up it, and I'm deploying the contract for the same account number 1. Let's hit enter, and that's going to deploy the contract. So here it's compiled successfully, and it will give the address. So just wait, it will take a little bit time. And here I got the first address of the generator, and I have to get the lookup contract. So just a moment, and finally we got the address of the both contracts. Simply copy that one, and that's close this one, and simply replace, comment this one, and we have to paste here. Now close this one, come back in the context, and we have to provide it here. Paste here. Okay, let's open up the terminal, copy one more time, and that's what I have to provide here. Now I have to simply replace the address, this one, and I have to comment this. So make sure to do all of these changes. Now come back here in the artifact, we have to drag and drop the ABI in the context. Let's do the same thing for the lookup contract. Okay, so looks pretty fine, and let's start the application. Type clear npm run dev. Now we can simply reload the page, and no issue we have. Everything looks pretty fine, and you can see everything is good. We have updated the contract address, but still we have this particular problem. So I know what is the problem we are having this. So we have to do the changes in the context index. So come back here in the context index, and we here have a function. So like not in this, we have to call an initial data function, and here we have to do the changes. Okay, here we have to do the changes. So here we have to paste the account number 1, not account number 6. Copy and paste here and save, and that will work fine. So these are the changes you have to do. Now you will see the balance is there, it's 0, and now everything looks pretty fine. So now we are using the latest contract. Let's create a token. I'll say the blockchain coder. Let's give the supply like symbol and the supply. I'll say Daulat, so it will look unique, and let's call this millions. Create, and here we have the deploy, and it's going to make the transaction. Just wait. This is the transaction is happening. It's taking a little bit time, and finally the first transaction completed. Click on this confirm, And now we're going to simply have the second transaction, and it's going to put the data into our contract, lookup contract, so we can see in the front end and we can check. And finally the transaction is completed and the page is reload, and here you will find the token we got it, the commission we have received, your token. And if I change the account, if I go back to the account number 6 and try to create a token, so reload the page, and right now I cannot able to see the balance. I have one token in the marketplace but I haven't created, and let's create one more. So they'll say Schweb buy, let's give the symbol Schweb, and let's have a supply to something 50,000, and let's make the transaction. So let's call the second function. So here we have to click and confirm. The transaction is completed and we have the two tokens here, your token and marketplace token. You can simply switch to different tabs. Donation, right now I cannot able to donate because I have one Matty, I don't have that much fund, but you can have less fund. Okay, that's a static value we have provided, so you can simply change that. So things looks pretty fine. I can simply copy this address and I can come back to the account number 1 and I can transfer the token. So this is what I have, like 1000 token. I can simply transfer that. Let's give the token transfer to 50 and click on this transfer, and we have the 50, and just wait, the transaction will complete soon. And here it will happen, so just a moment, and the transfer is completed. You can see I have 950 token and the 50 token is transferred to the user. If I go to account number 6, you can able to find the information right up here in the dashboard. So here we have the 50 token. Everything is working fine. Everything is working fine. You can see the user can create token, they can get the details of the tokens, they can transfer, they can do all of things. So we have done with the most important functionality in the create page. Okay, we have done with this entire features. It's 100% responsive for the mobile device as well. You can see that's how it's going to look. You can open the tabs and you can simply close it, reload the page, and you can simply close that one. You can have different components. This is the one we have. You can simply slide it down and you will have the list of the token. Let's go with the, here we have the two tokens, the dashboard. Click and it will take you to up, and we have all the footers. Looks pretty beautiful. So that looks wonderful to me. Everything is working absolutely fine. You can click and you can come back to the home page. So that's what we're going to work next, the home page, because the core feature of our application is done. The core feature is done. Close that one, close that one, close this one, close this one, and this is we done. Now we have to work on the home page. So that's what we gonna start now. So finally I'm back. I took a half an hour break and now we can start recording. So we're gonna start working with the index page, the home page. So first we have to import React. Then we have to do the internal import. In that we have to import all the component, header, footer. We need the about, brand, FAQ, feature, hero section, information, staking, and swap, and welcome. So these all components coming from the index. Now we have to import the context, and that's coming from context index. Then we can come back here and we have to create the home page. So we'll say index, and here we have to take all the context function. So let's import that. We need the create ERC20, we need the get all ERC20 token list, then we get the user, then we get the fee, address, native token, transfer native token, and that's coming from the use state context. So we got our functions. Now what we're going to do is come back here and now we have to work on the JSX. So we'll take a return and it will have a div. So we have a div, come back here, we'll take a header component, then we have to call the main. Inside that we're going to have all the sub components. So take this main, in that we have to take the hero section, then we have to take the about, then we have to take the brand, then we have to take the swap, and in that we have to send the props, so native token, and the second one we have to send this transfer native token. So close that one. Then we can take the next, welcome, information, staking, feature, and FAQ, and we have to close that, and we have to simply call the footer component. And you probably have noticed that there is only one component in which we are passing the props and the data, but the rest of the components are the static component. Okay, so here in this section of our tutorial we're going to deal with the front end part. So now we can simply export the index. So that's the whole thing we have done here in the index page. So we have imported this, all the component, we have the context, we have got the functions, and we have this, remove this one, save it, and we have the hero, all of that. So what we can do is we already built the header and the footer, so looks pretty fine. I'm going to simply comment this for a while, and let's come back here. So you can see I have the header and I have the footer because we have already done it, and it's pretty good. Now we have to start working on the hero section. So come back here, let's cut this, and I have to simply bring it back, and we have to comment this portion, and now we can start working on the hero section. So this is the one we have to work. So click here. Now we have to import React, then we have to come here, we have to build the entire component. So we'll say hero section, we are not receiving any prop, so I'll go a little faster. Okay, let's build the JSX. We'll take a div, it will have a class called intro area 2. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called background wrapper. In that we'll take the image, and we have to display the image. So this image is provided to all of you guys. Now we have to close the div, take a div, it will have a class intro content. We'll take another div, it will have a class called slider content. In that we'll take another div, it will have a class container. Inside that we have to take a div, it will have a class called row, deflex, flex wrap, align item center. Inside that we have to take a div, it will have a class called column XL6, column XL large, column large 6, and column medium 6. In this we have to take a div, it will have a class called slide all text, and in this we have to take a div, it will have a class called layer 2 wow fade up, and we'll have this data attribute for the animation. Then we have to target the h1, and we have to assign the classes called title2, and here we're going to display our title. So let's call this one the blockchain. We'll give the space, and we can take a span, and we'll have a color text bold, and we'll say technology for brighter tomorrow, and we have to simply close our h1, the heading tag. That looks fine. Come back here, we have to take a div, it will have a class called layer 3 wow fade up, and we'll have the animation class in the data attribute. Actually the duration we are passing, you can easily able to change the duration time. Inside this div anchor, and we have to simply redirect the user to the contact, and it will have a class called ready button, coin button, and let's take the text, we'll say get started. We'll close that. Now we have to take the second button, so we have to redirect to the coin HTML, we have to apply the same classes, and we'll have this extra class called last button. In that we have to change the text, so the first one is get started, this will be white paper, and now we can simply close this one, anchor, and we have to close the div. So this is the button, 2 buttons we have. Now we can come back here, we'll close the div, let's close the div, take a div, it will have a class called XL column XL6 column L large 6 column medium 6. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called slide image wow fade up and we'll have the data attribute 3 seconds. Inside that, we'll take the image and we have to apply the source. So this is the image source, and simply close that one, and we have to simply close the div. So close the div. So that's the image section. So we have two sections in the hero section. In the first section we are displaying the button, and the second section we are displaying the image. So close all the div. Let me do it very quickly. I'll go a little fast because we are dealing with the HTML, the front end part. Now we can simply export the hero section, and that's the only thing we have to do here. Okay, it's entirely HTML and we have built this entire section. We have this two button. Let's replace this one. We don't need to redirect anywhere. So user can click and they can redirect to the create page, and I don't want to redirect, like copy this and paste here, so they can go to the create one. Looks fine. Now close here, save this one, and now come back here in the browser, and you can see this looks pretty well. So we have the text, we have the two buttons, user can click and can come back to the create page, and we have the image, and the animations are looking also fine. So this looks pretty good, very responsive. Close that one, and now we can start working on the next component, which is the about one. So again, it's going to be the entirely UI part, so I'll go a little faster. So let's cut this one and paste here. Now we can come back here in the about, click, let's import React, and we have to build the component. So we'll call it about. We are not receiving any props. Let's start working on the JSX. But before we work, we have to get the data, okay? Because we are deploying different features. So we'll take this feature and it's going to be in an array of object. So first is going to be the title. We'll say decentralized system. The second one is going to be the description. I'm going to simply paste. So this is the two information we have, and now we need altogether 4. So let me quickly write it down. Let me create that. So these are the 4 array we have created. Okay, I believe that you guys have created this. Now we can start working on the JSX. So let's take a div. It will have a class called about area, and background is going to be color 3. Fix area padding. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside the div, we'll take another div. It will have a class called row deflex flex wrap. Align item center. Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class called column XL6, column large 6, and column medium 12. Inside that, we have to take a div. It will have a class called about content, and inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called about image wow fade in up, and we have to display the data attribute so our animation will work. Inside that, we have to take a image. So this is the first image. Now once we have the image, we have to simply take the div. It will have a class called rotate image, and we'll have this rotate animation, so the image will be rotated at the background. Inside that, we'll take the image and we'll say circle.png, and that's the image, the second image we have. Then we have to simply close the div and close the div. So this is the first section we have. Now we can close this one, close this one. Now we have to work on the second section. So we have done with the right section. Now we have to do with the second section, and we have to render all the feature we are providing. So let's take a div. It will have a class called column XL6, column large 6, and medium 12. Inside that, we're going to take this div. It will have a class called about all, and in that we'll take a div. It will have a class called about inner. Inside that, we'll take this feature and we have to simply loop over it, and we have to render. So we'll take a div and we have to apply the classes. So let's first apply the class called single about wow and the animation fed up. Then we can take this data wow delay, and it's going to be dynamic, so like it will start from 3 seconds, then 4 seconds, then 5 seconds, it will go on. Then we can simply close this one, and we can simply display the, take the span. It will have a class called about icon. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called support text, and we'll display the h4, and we have to assign the classes. So let's write it down. We'll have an anchor. We'll take anchor, and in that we have to display the feature title. Then we have to close this one, and we'll take the p, and we're going to display the description. So this is the title, and the description is ready. Now close the div, and that's the only thing we have to do. Close the div and close the dynamic block. Close the div, close the div, close the div. So we have to close all the div, and we have to simply export the about component. So let's export default about, and that's the only thing we have to do. So what we have done, let me repeat one more time. So we have taken this 4 array, decentralized system. This is the first one. This is the blockchain wallet. This is the web3 wallet. So we have taken this tree, and that's what we are rendering. Here we have the first half, and we have the second half. Hope you guys have got an idea that what we have done. Now we can come back to the web page, and we can see it looks wonderful. Reload the page, and here we have the hero section, and here we have the second one, the about one. And you will also get this particular button. You can click and you can go up, and this particular button is going to be triggered with the help of JavaScript. So you don't need to do anything, because we are using a library. So whenever the screen size go above like 100 viewport, it will automatically get visible. So we can click and we can simply go on top. So we have this nice animation. You can see the image is getting moving at the background, so it's rotating, looks pretty good. So we are done with that. Now we have to work on the brand section. So this is the one. Simply cut this, and we have to simply paste here, and let's start with the brand one. So first we have to import React, then we have to work on the component straight away. So we'll say brand. We can come back here, and here we're going to work on the JSX. So take a div. It will have a class called brand area, bg color 3. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called new margin column XLs 12, column large 12, and column medium 12. We'll take a div. It will have a class called new flex brand content. Inside that we'll take a array. Let's take the 5 array 7, and we have to simply loop over it. So image I, and in that what I'm going to do is we already have the image. So we're going to take this div. It will have a class called single brand item, and we're going to take the anchor. In that we have to take the image. So we have to assign the property. So let's take the class new image with, and we can take the source, and it's going to be a dynamic. So we already have the images in the brand folder, and from there we have to get one by one. So we have brand 1, brand 2, brand 3. That's how we're going to render it. So this is the image. Looks good. Close that one. Close the anchor, and close the main div. And we have to close the dynamic block. And now we can simply close all the div. So let's close it very quickly. Close this one. And now we have to simply export this particular brand component. And that's the only thing we have to do. I believe that you guys have got an idea that what we have done exactly. We are simply rendering these images, the brand images. That's why we have taken this default array. So close that one and save it. Come back to the browser, and you will see this is the brand. Looks pretty fine. So if we reload, and looks good. This is the about, and this is the brand section. Beautiful. So come back here, and now we have to work on the swap component. So this is the one we have to work. Simply cut, and that's what we have to paste here. And in that we are assigning a couple of information to the user, and we are calling this particular function which user can transfer the token. So we have to receive this prop. So we have to take this use state, and that's coming from React. Then we have to import the icon. That's coming from the React icon fi. Then we have to import the next icon called power setting new, and coming from material UI. Then we'll import the box arrow down and send fill, and that's coming from React Bootstrap. Then we have to take this swap component, and that we have to receive the prop like native token and transfer native token. And here we have to take this use state, the state variable for the token, because we need the information of the address and the token number of token user wants to transfer. So let's take the state variable. It's going to be an object. We'll have the address, then we'll have the number of token, and close that one. Now we have to build the function which allows us to update this data in the state variable, and that's the function we have already built. So let's quickly write it. And that we're going to take this field name e, we have to spread it, and now we have to simply update it. So this is the reusable function we have, which we have to call in the input field. And now we have to work on the JSX. It's going to be quite huge because we have two sections, and we also providing the the transfer of the token. So there is a lot of things we have to write here. So let's take a div. We'll have a class called swap area, background color 3, fix area padding. We'll take a div. We'll have a class called container. We'll take a div. We'll have a class called row deflex, flex wrap, align item center. We'll have a div. We'll have a class called column XL6, column large 6, column medium 6. Then we'll have a div. We'll have a class called swap inner. Inside that, we'll take a div. We'll have a class called swap token left hand left headline. Inside that, we'll take a div. We'll have a class called top text title, and we can say coin swap. We'll take a h2, the second heading 2, and we have to simply you can swap. We can take this span and we'll have a class color text bold, and we'll say graphy token, and we can give this sort information and close that one. Take a p, and we have to simply give this small description and simply close the p tag. So this is the simple description I have given, copy and paste. Now we can come back. We'll close the div. We'll close the div, close this one. So we are done with the very first section, the left hand section, and now we have to work on the right hand section, where we have to allow the user the model where they can put the address and the token to swap. So let's take a div. It will have a class called column XL6, column large 6, and medium 6. Inside that, we have to take a div. It will have a class called money send. Inside this, we have to take a div. It will have a class called calculator inner, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called single cell. We'll take a div. It will have a class called swap top, deflex, flex wrap, align item center. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called swap left, and it will have a span called token. Then we'll close the div. Then we have to take a div. It will have a class called swap right. Then we have to take a UL. It will have a class called dashboard right menu. Inside that, we'll take this li, and we have to display the anchor, so we don't need to redact anywhere. We'll assign this particular class called thumb. Now we can take a div. It will have a class called notifications area left part. Inside the div, we're going to take the div. It will have a class called notification header, and in that, we'll take a span. It will have a class called set text to native token, and simply close the span. Then we'll take a div. We'll have a class called swap set. We have to take a span and close the span. So this is a short message. Now we can come back here. We can take a UL, and we can display the information about the token. So take a li, and here we're going to display the information. So we have this anchor, will display the token name, and we have to close this one. So let me quickly write it down, all the information. And close the URL. So we have all this information. Close the div. Take a div, it will have a class called swap set slippage. We'll take a span, we'll say address, native token address we have to display. And we'll simply take another one, and in that we have to display the information. So we'll take a li, so what we are doing, we are simply rendering all the token information. Close the div, and close the div, close the div, it will have a class called notification area site part. In that we can take this div, it will have a class called author body text center. Then we'll take a span, and now we have to display this small button so you can redirect the user to your ICO. Now close the span, close the div, close the div, close the li, close the ul, close the div, then sticker div will have a class called inner form, and in that we have to display the input field. So let's take this form action to none. In that we have to take the label called address, and we have to display the input field. So it will have an input. Let's assign all the property, and we already built the function which we have to call it. We'll take a div, it will have a class called inner form, and in that form we're going to simply perform the action to nowhere, and we have to simply display the label. It will have a class called inner form text, and we have to do exactly the same thing. So let's take a div, it will have a class called red text deflex flex wrap align item center. So we have written so many code. You can see the entire JSON is so big. So we have taken the all of things. So we have this imports, we have the token object, when we have the function, and we have all this dummy data. So this is the one, close that one. And here we have this header. We have multiple drop downs where we are displaying the data and the balance, all of things. And we have this input forms which user can click and they can have that. So close that one. So we are done with this. Now we can come back and we can have a look. So reload the page, and you can see this is the brand, and here we have this one. So this is the left hand side, coin and all the information, and here we have this form. So you can click and you will have all the details about the token. Pretty good, including the balance and the address of the token. All of things looks pretty good. So you can easily able to find that how much token you have in this particular native. And this is the short message. You can click and you can redirect the user wherever you want. And this function is already working. You can simply pass the address and you can transfer the token if you have. So this looks fine. It's working absolutely great for me. So we are done with this section as well. Now this is not working. Okay, it's working fine. So this section is also done. Now we can start working on the next section. So let's check. Okay, all the data is looking absolutely fine. Means we are fetching the data from the context and we are displaying in the component, and that's good. Come back here, and now we have to work on these 5 components. So what I have decided is that I'm not going to work on the information staking feature and FAQ, because these are the same repetitive JSX I have to write. So the only one I'm going to create this one. So cut this one and paste here. So let's work on. So now we're going to start working with the welcome section. So click here, and today is Diwali, so that's why you can see a lot of noise, boom bam. So just ignore that if that's bothering you. So first we have to import the React, and now we have to work on the components, welcome, and we have to work straight away on the JSX. So in that we have to take a div. It will have a class called welcome area background color 4 fix area padding 2. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. We'll take a div. We'll have a class called row deflex flex wrap align item center. Then we'll take a div. We'll have a class called call XL6 call large 6, and we'll have the medium 12. Inside that we'll take a div. We'll have a class called row. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column XL6 large 6 and medium 6. In that we have to take a div, and let's assign the class called well service first well woe and fed in up. So the animation, it will have the data attribute, and we'll have a 3-second animation. Let's close this div. Inside the div we have to take a div. We'll have a class called service image, and we'll take the anchor. It will have a big icon. We don't need to redirect anywhere. Inside that we have to take an image and we have to provide the source. Then we have to simply close this one, close the div. We'll take a div. We'll have a class called main well. Inside that we have to take a div. We'll have a class called well content. Make sure to give the exact spelling which I'm giving. Okay, we'll have a heading 4 latest technology, the title, because we have 5 components, and we have to display this text, and close the p tag. Close the div, and we can close the div. So this is the first section we have. Now we can close this one. We'll take a div, and now we have to work on the next component, because altogether we're going to have 5 component, 5 to 6 component. So let's quickly take the classes. Well service, second well wow fair enough. We'll have a data attribute to 7 second, and close this one. And take a div. We'll have a class called service image, and it will have the class called big icon, and the same thing we have to do. So I'm going a little faster. So make sure to type it down. So that's our second component. Let's create one more. The same thing we have to do. Let's give this classes. And we have to simply export the component. So finally we are done. It's a pretty huge, the same old repetitive things we have to write over and over again. So like there is a lot of HTML we have written, and my throat was not that good, so I spoke a less in this particular section, but looks fine. Okay, I hope you guys can follow this. So this is the two section we have. Close that one, and this looks fine. So I'm not going to work on this information staking and feature. So if I come back here and if I reload the page, you can see we have this component. So this is the 4 card, and this is the button, and all of this section we have looks fine. So now we have to work on this FAQ, because that's the one only I'm going to work. I'm not going to work on the information staking and feature, because there is a lot of JSs we have to write. We are not building any actual function, so we're going to skip that. Now we can start working on the FAQ. So simply uncomment that and come back here. First we have to import React, and we have to import the icons coming from React. Now we have to work on the component. It's going to be quite same. It's going to be the lengthy one, so I'm going a little faster. We'll take a div. It will have a class called service, area, background color, aerial padding 2. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Then we'll have the div. It will have a class called row. We'll have a div. It will have a class called column XL, column large 4, medium 6. Let's assign a class. Text service, service title. Then we'll take this h2, take this text, color text bold, and we have the span and this small message. Close this h2. P, display the text message. Take the anchor and we'll say the button, and we'll have the all service, and close this one. Close the div, close the div. Now come back and let's work on the second section. Let's assign the same class. We'll take a div. It will have the classes called single service and the animation. Inside that we'll have a div. It will have a class called service icon, and we'll have the image. Close this one. Take a div. It will have the class service inner, and we'll have the div. It will have the class called service content. Inside that we'll take the h4 and we'll display the title, and now we have to display the p, and close the div, close the div, Now we have to close the div and close the div. So this is the first component. Now we have to replicate a couple of times. So let's do the same thing quickly. Let me create that. Now we have to simply close, and finally we are done. Simply export this component and looks fine. So I know we have written a lot of code. We have so many sections, looks pretty fine. So this is the first one, this is the second one. We have changes in the structure, internal changes we have. Looks fine. So yeah, these are the 6 components we have. If you save, come back here and reload the page, and you will find that this is the one and this is the FAQ sections. Looks pretty good. So with that, we are done with this entire project. You can see we have different card structure and different data structure. So that's all look fine. Close this one. And I'm not going to work on this information staking and feature because that's an unnecessary HTML code. There's a lot of things we have to create. That's unnecessary. So I'm going to skip that part. And I would suggest you to skip this part. Okay. Looks pretty fine. I'll simply bring it back. So what I did, I simply copy paste the code for the information staking and the feature. Let me show you how it will look because it has a lot of code. So this is the first one for the information section. You can see we have so many cards. So there is a lot of custom design. So I'm going to skip this part. This is the information and this is the staking one. We have multiple components. So we are not providing any staking features. So I'm going to hide this one as well. And here we have the information one, and this is the last one, the FAQ. So I will simply replace this part, but if you get the final source code in that, you will get all of this component. So come back here, close this one, and with that we are done with this entire application. So let's have a final look. Let's test this out. So we can come back here and we can create the token. So right now we have created this 2 token, and I can simply come here and we can give the name. So I'll say new token symbol new, and we have a supply to like thousands, and we have to click on confirm, and the transaction is complete. We have to do one more time, and this will take very less time. So just to wait, and it will happen very quickly. So finally the transaction is completed and we have created a token. So if you scroll down, you will find this is the token we have created, and this is the 2 token, and this is the dashboard, all the tokens. So every single thing is looking fine. If I come back here, if I go to the account number 1, I can easily able to withdraw the fund from the contract. So this much fund I have, I can click this withdraw fund and I can take the fund out of this contract. So withdrawal and confirm, and you can see the transaction is taking place, and finally we have withdrawn the fund and it's updated. Reload the page, and there it is. Right now we have this 0. So every single functionality is working fine, and this donation will not work because I don't have that much fund, but you can easily able to customize it. So looks pretty good. We are done with this entire application. I hope you guys have enjoyed. We have built all of this component, smart contract, lookup contract. Okay, We have the pages, create index, we have all of this. So this is really amazing project. If you guys have followed till the end here, I believe that you guys have a lot of new things. Okay, so we have done all of these things. So close this one, and once you will download the source code, this is the zip file you will get. Make sure to extract that one, and you will get this folder. Open that folder in your VS Code, click on this open, go back to download, and here we have this. Simply open that folder in VS Code. So this is what you will get in the final code. So let me take you through that with all the component and all the logic we have implemented, and this is what exactly we're going to code it together from scratch. And at the end of the video, I will show you that what extra templates you will get. You will get the complete UI part of our project with all the pages, which I will show you at the end of this video. So here we have the component. Inside that we have this profile. Inside that we have all the component. Now we have the context, we have the contract, we have the template of this entire application. So which I will show you that what are the pages you will get. We have different pages which you will get in the final code. Now we have the pages, then we have the public, then we have the script, then we have the style, we have test, utils, and get, ignore, and all of these folders and files looks absolutely good. Okay, so let me give you one by one. So this is the component. Inside that you will have all of these components. So all of the component we have built, some of the components are for global, some of the components for a specific page, and that's all details you will find here. So if you come back to the profile, here we have the profile page component. We have built all the things. If you come back here in the index, you can see this is the global component, this is the page component, and this is the create page components, and that's what we have divided here. So that's what you will get in the component. Now we have to get back to the context. Here we are simply deploying and getting the API of the contract and making the connection with the blockchain. So all the logic we have built right here in the index page, which we're going to do together. Here we have the lookup contract. Looks good. Close this one. Then we have the contract. So here we have this two contract, one the ERC20 token and the other one is lookup contract. Then we have this entire one, which I will show you at the end. In that you will get this entire CSS file for all the different libraries we are using. All these files you will get. Close this one, and here we have the font. This is the images. So all the images we have used in the project, that's you will get. Then we have the background, blog, brand, features, and different images. We have icons, logo, slider, and theme. So, and here we have the JavaScript library which we are using for animation and sliding. So that's all you will get here. So different images. Again, you don't need to worry about it. You will get that in the starter file and the final code as well. Close this one, close this one, and now come back to the pages. So in this project we're going to build only two pages. We're not going to build the entire pages as you can see in the complete template. We're going to work on the home page and the create page. So this is the page we're going to work on it, and this is the page we're going to build. So whatever you have seen just now, that's what we're going to build, the two pages. Here we have built all the logics. Looks absolutely stunning. Now we come back to the public, and here we have all the styling and the pages and the images for our project. Close this one, and this is the script file. Here we are simply deploying the contracts. Then we have the styles. Here we have the assets. In that we have keep all the assets file, all these assets. So we can simply import in our global CSS. Here we have imported that in the global CSS, and we have written some custom classes for some extra styling. Here we have the test, which you don't need to worry about that. This is the default test from Hardhat, and here we have the utils, which keep couple of important function which allow us to interact with our blockchain. Then we have the get, ignore, Hardhat config file, all of the things. So we're going to test that locally, and at the end I will show you that how you can test this contract on the Polygon. So we're going to do it together in both these two options. So all you have to do is to provide the private key of your wallet and make sure to have a couple of Maticoin for deploying to the Polygon, and it will work fine, and the rest would be fine. And here you have to install the exact packages version. So you can see here we have using couple of specific packages. So we are using this Open Zeppelin contract, this particular version. Make sure to use the exact one. No matter when you are watching this project, after a year or after 2 years, you have to install the exact one. Here we have the readme file, some useful links you will find here, assets and resources. So make sure to come and have a look. So what do you have to do? Open up your terminal, and there are a few things you have to do before you start your application. So simply split the terminal. First thing, we have to install the entire packages. Type npm and it will install the entire packages which we have defined here in the packages file. So just give a moment, and here we have installed the entire packages. Simply clear the terminal. Looks pretty fine. And now what we have to do is we have to start our local blockchain. So type npm not npx Hardhat node. This will start the local blockchain, and it says that we are getting this particular error. Can you guess why we are getting this error? Because we have to do the configuration in our Hardhat config file, because we are testing locally, not on the Polygon. So come back here. What I will do, I'll simply select all this and I'm going to comment this one, and all you have to do is to paste this particular code. So pause the video and do it. So make sure to provide this nomic foundation, and this is the configuration you have to do: Solidity version and the chain ID, and that will work fine. So if you come back here, so we are using 8.0, so make sure to change this 8.0, and that's the only thing you have to do for testing locally. And this one is for the Polygon test network. Simply now you can open up your terminal and you can start the application. So simply type npx Hardhat node and it will start the application. You can see our local blockchain is working fine, and it will give you 20+ account which you can use to test your contract. So let's come here, let's deploy the contract. We'll type, let me find the script. So npx Hardhat run network localhost script /deploy, because we want to deploy the contract. First it will compile the contract and it will give you the address of two contracts. So first one is ERC20 generator, and then we have the lookup contract. So simply do these two contract we have. If you come back here in the context, you can see we already have the ABI. So let's do one thing, let's delete this ABI. But if you do any changes in the contract, then make sure to delete it. But if you want to go with the exact value we have defined, exact function we have defined in the contract, then you can leave it as it is. But for being on the safer side, I want to say simply delete that ABI. Click on this and delete. Work fine. Now come back here in the artifact, simply come here and drag and drop the ABI of the ERC20 generator, and we can simply drag and drop this one. Looks pretty good. Okay, we got the ABI, and close this one, come back to the context, and here you have to pass the address. So here you can see here I have already have two address, and when you will get the final code, you will get these two address there. So these two contract is already deployed on the Polygon, which I'm going to show you at the end. When we'll test this contract on the Polygon, I'm going to simply copy this addresses and pass in our application. So now what we have to do is we have to use the local address we have created. So all we have to do is to simply change this one. So simply come here, copy this one ERC20 generator, and we have to paste here because we are testing locally, and we're going to simply paste it. Copy this one lookup contract and paste here. So we got this two contract, it's deployed, and that's the only thing we have to do. Now we have to simply start the application. Close this one, come here and come back to the index file, and here you can see here we have built all the logic. So type npm run dev, and it will start our application on localhost 3000. Close this one. Now this looks absolutely perfect. Here you can see here we have the state variable, here we have the fetch initial data, then we are calling this function. This is the internal function we have, this is the also internal function we have, and we have this external, and this is the withdraw function, this is the donate function, and this is the transfer native token. So we have built all of this function which we're going to test it out. So it looks good. Now come here, close this one, and now if you're enjoying this project, so please subscribe my channel. That will motivate me a lot to come up with this project and make different dApps on the blockchain. So make sure to come and have a look at what are the project I have built. Come here, close this one, open a new tab and click on this localhost. Make sure to visit this localhost 3000. Here we have this ERC20. You can see this is the user section, and here you will find all the information about the user. So this is the balance of the user, and here it will display that how many token they have created. Here it will find that how many tokens are generated into this marketplace, and here displaying the listing price, that when they will create their token, what are the amount they have to pay as a fee. Here we display the total donation, and this is the native token the user will have. So currently I'm the owner, so I'm have this native token, and here we're going to display the balance of the contract. So whenever user will make transaction and create their token using our platform, we're going to charge fee, and that fee can display here, and only all of the contract can see the balance. So currently owner of the contract is not me, so that's why you can see. You can come here, you will find all these different tabs. So from here user can come and they can create their own ERC20 token. So they can give the name, let's call it body gem. They can give the symbol, that what symbol they want to use the coin, and they can provide the supply. Click on this create token, and here it's going to make two transactions. So first transaction will create the ERC20 token, and the second token, in that we're going to charge the fund, and we're going to store the information in the front end UI part. And here you can see user have created their first token. So they can simply copy the address and they can check their details in any network. So let's create one more token. I'll say swap buy. We'll say buy and we can provide this supply. Now click on this create token and it's going to make this 2 transactions, so we can test. And here we have created this 2 token. So these are the 2 token. You will see the time, you can see the transaction hatch, you can see the token day address. So you can simply click on that and you can have a token. You can simply copy and you can check on any test network that who is the owner, how much tokens and created, what is the name, what is the symbol, which I will show you. Just watch, keep watching. If I paste here, you can see we have the address. So it looks pretty fine. Close this one and here we have the name and the symbol. You can come back to the dashboard. Here you can click on this your token, so you can see how many tokens you have created. Here you can find all the donation the user will do on our platform. So let's do one thing. Let's switch to the different account 3, and now have to clear my MetaMask history and simply reload the browser. And right now you can see that I have not created any token, that's why it's 0. But in the marketplace we have total this per token. We have the listing price and everything is 0. So now we can simply create our first token. Click on this token and now we can come on this create token, pass the name, new token, give the supply new, and we'll provide the supply. Click on this create token and here it's going to make the transaction and looks fine. And here we have created our ERC20 token. This is the 1 token we have created. Total supply, this looks absolutely stunning. And here you can see this is the 1 token you have created and you are the owner of the token. And you can simply donate. You can click on this donate and you can donate the fund to our marketplace. And here you will find the 1 donation. Right now we have 0 token as a native token, so that's why you can see it's 0. If you come back to the donation, you can see the address of the owner who donated the fund. You can donate as many amount as you want. So here we are going with the fixed value, but you can allow user to put their input and donate the fund. From here you can transfer the token, so the owner of the marketplace can transfer the token. Now if you come back here, now if I go back to the account 2, if I reload the browser, you can see all of this data is looking absolutely fine, and I have this much token in my wallet. So I want to transfer this token, so you can do that very easily. All you have to do is to get the address. You can see I have already imported this particular token in my MetaMask, and that's much token I have. So all I have to do is simply come here. I have to get the address where I want to transfer the token. So this is, you can see I have imported in here in account number 3 code. Here if I go to the context, you can see that right now we have this particular address of the token. So this is the 1 token address, and that's what I have imported here. So all you have to do is to simply paste here and you can see this is the token I have imported. In your case, if you haven't imported, this is how you have to do is provide the symbol. It will take the symbol automatically. All you have to do to provide the decimal point. So I have imported that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the address, copy this. Now I have to simply come back to the account number 2 because that's the owner of the token, and simply reload the browser. I have to simply clear the history of our MetaMask, otherwise it's going to fail. And this problem you will have only when you will do the testing locally, but when you will do on test network or main network, you're not going to have any issue. Simply pass the address and pass the fund. So I want to transfer 500 tokens. Click on that and you can see 500 token we are transferring. Confirm, and is going to make the transaction. You can see we have transferred the 500 token, and this is what we have left. If I go back to the account number 3, you will see that I have the fund, the token in that. So you can see this is the 3 number account, and I can simply transfer the token. So every single thing is working fine. User can create their token and you can charge some fee to make money. So every single thing is working fine. You can donate the fund. Every single thing is working fine. And now you can see that contract fund, that how many fund this contract has collected because of the user have used our contract for creating the ERC20 token. So you can also display, you can come back to the component in the profile, and here we have this particular one, profile main, and here we are highlighting that this particular address is the owner. So this is the first account which I have imported. That one is my main account, is the owner of the contract. So this is the main account. So if I change this to this one, you can see it will display the withdraw function. But this withdraw function will not work because I have defined a different address in our smart contract. Only that address can withdraw the fund, which again I will show you. Just follow along with me. So you can see if I come back to the index here, I have defined as well. So if I come back here in the fetch initial data, and here you can see here we are displaying that only owner of the contract can withdraw the fund, and this is the owner of our contract, so he can withdraw. So make sure to change it, but it's not going to work because when you will try to change the address and when you try to render the application, it's going to throw the error because this is the address is different and the account address is different. So just wait and watch what I will show you what I mean by that. So this is the one we have, and if I save it, come back to the application, if I reload the page, you can see we are not getting any of the data because I have changed the address, but the address we have in the contract is different, and you cannot able to find and do anything. So you can see, if you see here in the console, we are getting this error message because I'm not the owner and I'm calling this function, and because of that I'm getting this error message. So make sure to bring the same address back. If I come back here in the contract, here you can see this is the address I have defined. So whatever address you have defined as an owner, make sure to keep that as well. So this is the owner of the contract, and you have to give the same address. So same address here as well, here as well, then it will work fine. So make sure to change the address in all the places, like whatever address you want to define as an owner. So I'm going to simply change this one. I'll bring back to the old one. Right now you can see I'm not having any issue because I have changed that, and we have this withdrawal function, but it will not work because I have to provide this particular address. So simply copy that one, and you can simply copy, and you can come back here and you can change this one. So if I come back to the account one, if I switch back to the account one, you can see it will work absolutely fine. If I reload that and let me clear my history, it will work fine. And now you can able to see the fund, that how much fund we have in this contract, because account one is the owner of our contract, and only account owner can have an access of checking the balance of the contract. This much money we have earned from our contract. And if I try to withdraw, it's not going to work because I don't have sufficient fund in this particular account, because that's the main account I have, and the other account a test account from Hardhat. So I hope you guys have understood the logic that how it's worked. So make sure to provide the exact address which you want to make it as an owner in all the places, and it will work absolutely fine. So I'm going to simply copy and I'm going to change this to the old one, and make sure to change that in the index file as well, and this will work fine. So it will work fine. You can see the balance, but we cannot withdraw the fund because we don't have enough fund, and that's why our confirm fund is hidden, because if we want to withdraw fund, we need to have couple of MADI, so that will work fine. So it looks good to me. And now come back to the account 2. So far things are looking good. You can create as many token as you want. So let's provide a symbol. I'll say NA, and this is the supply, and you can see confirm it, and the transaction went through. It's absolutely beautiful and it's powerful. Now you can simply paste here. You can see this is the address we have. Come back here and close this one, close this one. This looks good. Simply copy this one, close this one, and we have all of this. Close, and we have the address. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy this contract on the Polygon. Actually the contract is already deployed. If I come back to the Hardhat config file, so this is the local host. So I believe that you guys have understood that how you can do testing in the local host. So make sure to change the address in the contract which you want to use as an owner, and it will work fine. So let me comment this and let me unlock this. What I will do is I'm not going to deploy the contract because the contract is already deployed, and I know that how you can, and I believe that you guys know that how to deploy the contract because we have followed this tons of time. Come back here in the context, and here we have the deploy contract address, and that's what I'm going to simply paste it. I don't want to waste unnecessary MADI coin for deploying the same contract. So this is for the token and this is for the lookup contract. Copy and paste, and now we can fetch the information from the place. So let me stop the application. We don't need to run our local blockchain, and simply stop this as well. Close one terminal, simply type npm run dev, and it will start the application on localhost 3000. Here we are. Simply reload the browser, and every single thing is working fine. Now this time we are not getting this data because we haven't switched our networks. Still we are in the local host, but still everything is working fine. So the very first thing we have to do is come back here in the MetaMask, and we have to change the account. So we have to go back to the account 1 because the account 1 is the owner, and we have to switch the network to Mumbai. Clear the history, and here we have that one. Simply reload the browser, and now we can simply come back to this. You can fetch the balance. You can see the token balance available to you. This is the current fee we can receive from our contract, and we have this listing fee, and this is the one token we have created. No donation, your token, and now we can create the token. So simply close that one, come back here, and now we can simply create the token. So click on this. Let me give the name. So we'll say Jim Nodi, and we can give the symbol, say Jim, and we can provide the supply, this random number. Click on this create token, and this token will create it on the Polygon. So it's going to make a true transaction. Confirm, and it will open one more time. So you can click on this. Still the transaction is in pending mode. So once the transaction will complete, it will pop up the another one. So just a moment, and here we have the second function we have to call, and we have to simply confirm this one, and the transaction it's going to be complete. And after this transaction, you can able to find this particular token you have created on the Polygon. So anybody can come and they can create the ERC20 token right on our platform, and we are making a small money out of it. So just wait, this will take a little bit time because we are fetching the information from the blockchain. It has to listen all the events. So just wait, the data will come very soon, and here we got the data back. So this is the two token we have created. You can see this is the two token we have. If you reload the page, still we'll have the data, and here we got the data back from our contract. This is the two token we have created, and you can create as many as you want. Now what I will do is I'll come here. I can simply copy this address, and you can click on this. You can copy this one, come here and paste. This is the address, and now you can simply verify this address, the token address you have created on the Polygon. So let's type this Polyscan Mumbai. Come here and paste the address, hit enter, and you can see this is the token you have created 1 minute ago. This is the token name, and this is the creator, and this is the transaction. So if you click on this token, you can see the supply and the one holder we have right now. This is the one holder, the method we have used, the transaction, the from, and this is the to, the owner of the token. So you can click that. If you click on that, you can see here you will find all the information about the token. So this is the token balance we have, and we have this user address and the decimal point and the contract address. So you can come back here and you can pick any, copy this address and come back here and paste this one, hit enter, and you will find the information about this particular token we have created. Actually I have created 2 days ago. You can see the name and the creator and the symbols, everything. You can click on that and you can find all the contract I have created. So that's all you can able to find. Their supply, this is the nobody we have created just now. All of the token you will find here. So it's really powerful application. You are solving the real world problem where you are allowing user, anybody can come and they can create their token in any network. Right now we are just focusing on the one network, but they can create on any network. You can come here, you can see every single thing is working fine. It's beautifully animated, and from here they use the owner of the contract. So this is the transfer function we have attached for the native token. So only owner of the contract can transfer the token to any place, but you can make it globally. And you can come here, you can simply come here in the token and you will find the information. So what I will do is I'm going to take this, transfer a couple of token to the account 2. So for that I need the address. So copy this one, come back to the account I1 and simply clear your history, and now you can transfer the token to the account 2. So right now you can see in the account 1 I have this much fund, but when I transfer the token to the account 2 it will go down. So let's come here. Now we can paste the address, paste the amount. So I'll want to transfer 100 token, click on this transfer, and it's going to open the MetaMask. Here we are transferring 100 token, click on confirm, and the transaction will complete soon. And after the transaction complete, it will reflect in the account 2 wallet address. So just wait, the transaction is still in pending, and here the transaction completed. We have transferred the token to the account too. So if I come here, if I click on this, you can see the fund. So this was the total supply, and this is the 899, means we have transferred the 100 token. If you come back to the ERC20 token, you can be able to see the fund we have here. If I come back here, if I switch the account to 2, you can see the fund I have in this. So I have got this 100 token, DH token, and this is supply, and I cannot see the contract fund. So every single thing is working fine. This is the product which you can include in your portfolio, where you can show that you can able to build the SaaS business on the blockchain, where user can come and they can create their own ERC20 token and they can make money out of it, and you can charge a small commission for providing this service. You can see this is the fund I have, and I can simply withdraw this contract fund into my wallet. So click on this withdraw, and here we are calling this withdraw function, and here we are withdrawing the fund into our honor. You can see the balance will go up. Just a moment, the transaction is pending, and here is going to be completed. It's taking a little bit time because, and here you can see the transaction completed, and we have withdrawn the fund from the contract, and now it's 0 0. So that's how you can make money. This is the actual problem you are solving. If you want the source code, you can come back to the blockchain coder, and here you will find the starter file and the final codes. We have tons of project on the channel, so this is the project. Make sure to come and get one. We have tons of project. Make sure to click on this recent, and you can type this ERC20. Right now it is absolutely must for you. So if you're a user and you want to create your ERC20 token, you can use this particular platform to create your token, and you can use this launch ICO where you can allow user to come and purchase your token. So these are two projects is must. So click on this get now, and you will get the final code and the starter file, which you can simply watch and do the configuration. So when you will get the final code, this is the exact piece of code you will get. Again, I have showed you that what are the things you will get and what are the steps you have to follow to start this application. And now let me show you that what extra bonus I have for those of you who will take the final code. I'm going to provide you all these different pages for our application, so you can actually launch this product. So in this graphic live, which you will get in the final code, in that you will have these files and you will have this template. So we'll have this CSS file, we have the font, we have the images, we have the JS script. Now we have all these different pages: block, coin, contract, Q&A, index, logging, different pages we have. All you have to do is to follow the step which I have built and simply convert into a React or Next.js template, and you can have your application ready. Simply copy this one, and I'm going to open this in the Chrome. So paste here, and that's how it's going to look. So let me show you what are the pages you will have. So first page is this one, is the default one we have just show you right now. So this is the entire page you will get. Then we have the second home page, and you can see you will have this shop component where you can allow user to shop their token in terms of any other token. You can allow them to do that. Looks good. We have this countdown mode component as well, which you can show to the user to create a urgency that there is a short time. Now these are the two pages we have for the home. Now come back to the about. So that's how the about page will look like. You can display about your project, that what is the token, what is the name, what are the user you have on the project. You can display every single thing here in the about page. Now we have this couple of pages. So we have this user panel. So this is the user section which we're going to build in the project, and we have this coin information page as well. Looks good. Then we have the coin staking. So if you want to integrate the staking project we have built earlier into this platform, allow user to stake their token, you can do that very easily. This looks pretty good. Then we can come back to the services. Here we have the services component. What are the features we are providing? Like we are providing ERC20 token creation. Then we have the token ICO. So if you want to launch the ICO, as I told you that if you want to integrate that project in this, you can do that, and you can allow user to purchase your token. You can come back to the Q&A section where you can highlight all the questions. We have this different tab, beautiful styling we have. They can easily able to find information about your project. Then we'll have this login. So if you want to integrate backend or the smart contract login system, you can do that. They can simply pass that. The same thing you can do with the sign up. you can go with the backend. Again, if you really want to know about the backend integration and how to build a backend using the modern technologies, make sure to check the NFT API course. In that I've explained everything, that how do you have to build every single thing about the login, logout, and all the logics. Then we have the block. We have this two styling in that. So this is the block page, different blocks, and we have the block detail as well. It's a pretty beautiful and powerful. So that's how it will look, the block page, where you can allow user to comment. And here we have the contact page where the user can come and contact you. So it looks pretty good. It looks absolutely amazing, which you can include in your project if you really want to launch. So this is the project which is must for every single blockchain developer, because this will teach you that how you can build any SaaS business on the blockchain. Right now we have a lot of business on the Web2 space in the SaaS model, but now we can build a business using the blockchain. But in this project we're going to build only two pages, the create and the home page. So these are the two pages we're going to build in this project. And you can simply come and you can get the final code and the starter file from here, and you can start coding. So close this one, and that's set. Hope you guys have enjoyed this project, and this is what we're going to build. I gave you the quick overview that what are the features we have included into our DApp, and that's what we're going to build. So once you will build, you will have the complete understanding that how to build a SaaS business model on the blockchains. And in case if you want to launch this particular project, then I'm going to attach this old recording in that I have showed that how you can deploy your application, the DApp, and convert a static file and deploy it to the hostinger. So make sure to watch this part, and that I've explained everything, that what are the configuration you have to do if you really want to deploy this application to hostinger and make it live, so the user can come and use a contract to create their ERC20 token, and you can earn reward. With that, I'm ending this video. Have a wonderful day. I have to do a little bit changes in our build script. So this is the script we have to do the changes, and we have to type $next export, and this will generate the static file for us. So make sure to do these two changes. Once you're done with that, you can see this is the next file. In that you will have all of this, which you don't need to worry about it, because when you will run this particular build command, it's going to create the out folder. I'll show you. So let's bring it up. Let me stop the application, and now we have to create a production build. So I'll type npm run build, and once I do, this is the entire compilation and creation the production optimization code which we can deploy. So just wait, this will take a little bit time, sometime it will happen quickly. So you can see it's happening, and it's happening. So just a moment, and here it's optimizing our build production code, and here it's collecting, and here you can see we have all of this. Okay, we have successfully exporting 17 file out of 17. So if you get any error, so make sure to find out, but in my case I don't have any issues, and you will also not have any issues. And here you are getting this red flag. This one is optional. So when you will deploy your code on the remote server, it's always important that you have to optimize your JavaScript, but I'm going to keep it like it because it's a very small file, and that's not going to create much problem. And we are using hostinger, and that's a powerful platform, and that will do all the things for us. So things looks pretty good. You can see we are getting this images. What I will do, I'll simply close this one, and if I come back here in the Next.js config file, so these are the configuration looking good, and here we have this image optimizations, and looks good. And you can see here we have this output folder, and this we have all the files which we need to deploy, and this is the next, and this is the index file, which is the most important file in your project, and all the data is going to be injected from here. If I save it, you can see it looks pretty huge, which you don't need to worry about it. So I'll bring it up and simply clear my terminal, and I'm going to create one more time. So what I will do, I'll simply delete this particular one to show you. So let me run the command, and it's going to give me the exact folder and files with the exact notification and configuration. You can see it's this time it's looking pretty good. The exact data what we had previously we have now. So we got our out folder, and now we have to simply deploy that one. So things looks pretty good, and which you don't need to worry about it. If you are getting any encounter, make sure to try to understand that what error you are getting, but right now I'm not getting any issues with the code. So we are simply exporting 17 out of 17, and in your case you will have the same same folder exports. So let me clear the terminal, and now I'll simply come up here. So these are the code, these are the files and codes, files and folder we have to deploy to the hostinger. So what I will do is I'll come back to the blockchain coder. So here I'm on the blockchain coder, and here I have listed all the tools, all the platform which I use for hosting the application. So you can see I use hostinger, hosting, domain, and DigitalOcean. So in this video I would prefer you to pick this hostinger because they are giving amazing discounts, and recently we have been in touch with them, so they are giving 75% discounts if you want to pick. And generally we use DigitalOcean for the bot, for the automated tools running something on the server. But when it's come to uploading a static sites, hostinger is one of the best, and they have amazing offer, and they have amazing customer support. So I'll go with this hostinger. So make sure to come. I'll provide the link in the description so you guys can click, and you can simply come and you can click on the hostinger. So this is the one we're going to use it. They're having amazing discounts right now. This is the DigitalOceans, and if you want to come to the pages, click on this. So if you come to this blockchain coder, you can access this page by here. Click on resource section, and if you create your account, you can simply find here. So click on this get offer, and you will come back to the hostinger. So right now you will get 75% discount. So hostinger is such a powerful platform which allow you to host your application and static site. So right now you can see that I'm from India, so this is the Indian price I'm getting, and right now they're having amazing discounts. So simply click on this, and here you will find all the countries. So no matter for which country you are, you can pick your country and you can have the entire setup. So if you are from USA, this is the exact amount you have to pay, which is very less. So I'll come back to the India. I'll come back here in India, and I'm getting amazing discount. So click on this, and they have 30 days money guarantee. Click on claim, and here they have 3 plans. So this one is the single web hosting, this one is premium, this is the business. So if you come back to the signal hosting, in the single web hosting you will get 1 website, 5 GB storage, 100 GB broadband. You will not get any domain, you will get unlimited SSL and security and all of these things. But the one I use personally, and the one I'm going to use in this project, is this most popular one, the premium web hosting, because I can store 100 websites. I have this much storage, unlimited broadband. I will get a free domain which I can use for testing. So this is the one which I'm going to pick. And the best part is that you can able to select their data location. So if you're from USA, you can select the data location of USA. If you're from India, Turkey, you can select the exact data location. I'm going to select the India one. You can come here and you can simply compare the pricing plan for the single premium business. And this one is the most affordable one. And the best thing I like about this hostinger is that their customer support is really very good. So whenever my website or any website of my clients get down, I can connect with them. I can easily able to find them, and they can help me amazingly very fast. So what I will do, I'll simply come up here, and this is the plan which I'm going to buy. So let me click on this, add to cart, and you will come here. You can see what you will get. So they have multiple plans: 1 month, 12 month, 14 month, 24 and 88 months. So this is the plan which I'm going to take right now. I'm getting amazing discounts on that, and this is the exact amount I have to pay. So right now the actual price is 21,000 this, but I'm getting on this particular amount for 4 years. So this one is absolutely amazing discount. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video for a time, and let me buy this hosting. So let me buy that one. So here I have finally made the purchase, and you can see that when you will complete your purchase, this is the exact dashboard you will have: single web hosting and the domain. So this is the domain I have registered. So when you will come to your dashboard, this is the exact dashboard you will get once you will complete your payment, and you will find that which hosting you have taken. So I have taken the single web hosting, the premium one, and I got a free domain as well. So you can see that I have this free domain, but in your case you won't have when you will make the purchase. And what I did when I was making the purchase, at that time I stopped the recording, but I forgot to resume the recording, and I created this domain. Okay, but when you will get into your dashboard after making the payment, you will have an option to register a domain. So you can put your domain name and you can register that. Okay, so this is the domain name I have given. So make sure to provide all the details which they are asking you: your address, phone number, and your valid email, and you have to configure your email. So once you do that, they will verify your email. So this is the exact things you will get. So click on this manage, and you can see I have already done that configuration because somehow the video was paused, and that's why I was not able to record that. You can see this is the exact configuration I have done. I have verified my email. Everything is done fine. Looks pretty good to me. And you can find all the details about your domain. So I'll come here and I'm going to click on this web hosting. So this is the exact things you will get. Now you have to click on this create or migrate website, and here you have to do the setup. So click on get start now. Here it will ask you that what you want to do. You want to create your own website, you want to create the website, or you want to migrate any website. We want to create our website. Click on create, and we don't need to use any builder because we have our code, and we're going to simply skip this process. And here you have to select the domain. So this is the domain which I have registered, so I will simply select this one. If you haven't if you don't have any domain, you can simply buy that, or you can get the free one. So click on the select, and here you can do the configuration for your domain, because when you will set the domain name, in that you have to provide the registration details, email ID, address, and password as well. All of those things you have to provide. So what I will do, I'll simply click on this. I don't need to do any changes. You can select your country of your choice, and I will simply click on finish setup, and it's going to create the cPanel for me, my file manager. So just wait, it's creating. Easy SSL certificate automatically will install, and installing the SS certificate. And here I got the control panel, so I will simply click on this manage side, and I will land up here. And here I can manage all the folders and files for this particular application. So you can see that I have selected this particular domain which is there, and when you will connect your domain for the very first time, it will take half an hour time. So when I was recording the video and when I registered my domain, it took half an hour time to connect. It took half an hour time for connecting. So once you create your domain, just wait for half an hour to 1 hour. After that, you will have something like this. Otherwise, it will say that the domain is not connected, or you can define the location of the domain. Some information will show, something like that. Okay, so here you will find the information about the application. So you can click on this, and you can see that we haven't deployed our application here. So you will find all of the thing. You can configure your hosting. So you can click here. We haven't configured our code, so that's why you can see empty. Everything is empty. These are the names, this is the HPT, and these are the use case. So don't need to worry about that. Bring it back, and from here you can do the changes in the domain. Again, don't need to do that. Come back, and here we have the free email, so you can easily able to set the email, or you can create the emails, the business email. Now to deploy our code, we have to click on this file manager. Click on this, and it will bring us to our file manager, and here we have to simply upload all the files. So you will get the exact interface like this. Click on this public HTML. Here you will have this default PHP, which you don't need to worry about it. Simply delete that one, and here we're going to deploy the entire code we have created in the out folder. So what I will do, I'll simply come up here in my, and this is the folder, and these all folders files we need. So let me do one thing. Let me open into the folder. So all of this code I have to deploy. So simply come up here, open this one, and this is the one, and this is the entire folder, and this is the entire folder and file. So select all and drag and drop here. You can see it's deploying. It's deploying, and here finally we have deployed the entire folders and file, the source code, everything's we have done beautifully. We have no issues. Come back here in public HTML, and we have all the folders. This is the transfer, subscriptions, login, and this is the main file. Your entire application is going to be injected from this particular file, index.html. And you can see it's a huge lines of code and unreadable. So you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about it. Close this one. And now all we have to do is to visit the particular domain. And sometime it will take time, because when I did this test, it took close to half an to 1 hour before the site was live actually. Okay, so when you will deploy the code, sometime it will happen quickly, sometime it will take close to 40 or 30 minutes. So just wait for that period of time. So you can see things are looking good if we click on this, but in my case it's happened instantly. But when I did for the very first time, it took a lot of time, and right now it's happened very quickly. So you can see we have this application. Our application is deployed to this, the blockchain coder-project.online. So this is the domain on which we have deployed, and everything's working fine. We have all of these files, Reload the browser, things looks pretty good. So you can see that these are the two users have created NFT, and we have all of these NFTs which we were created in our local machines, and right now the application is live. So things are looking pretty good. Let me come here and let me log out from the application. You can see if I reload the browser, I have no issues. Every single thing is working fine. If I come back to the home, connect, let me pass my credential, click on unlock, and here I am. Things looks pretty good. And we have all this NFT. Click on that and you can simply make the purchase. So let me come up here and I want to buy this particular NFT. Let me buy this. This is the amount I have to pay. Confirm it and just wait. The transaction is happening and I bought this NFT. So the transaction is completed and this is the NFT, and this is the NFT which I have bought it. And if I want to resell it, I want to do it very easily. I'll have to pass the price for the reselling price, and I will click on resell NFT. It's going to open the MetaMask and I have to make the transaction. Looks pretty good. So no issues we have in here. You can see things are looking good. We have resell the NFT, and now the NFT is listed in the marketplace. You can see listed NFT and it's here. So things are looking fine. You can see we have no issues. You can create NFT. So this is the one which I'm going to pick, and let's create it. Let me get the dummy text. I'll come back to the blockchain coder and let's come here, click on this, and let me get this dummy text. Grab that one, come back, and I'll simply, let me give the name. I'll say the time buddy, and let me give the address. So I'll say the blockchain coder. Here you can pass the text, and these things looks pretty good, and pass the price. So the price would be something like this. Click on upload, and here will be the MetaMask. Click on confirm, and just a moment, and the transaction is happening. So just wait. And here we have created the NFT, and it will redirect to the search page. Here we are on the home page, and you can see we have the user, and this is the NFT we have created. So right now we have 4, and everything is working fine. You can see every single thing is working fine. We have no issues in the project. So now you are ready to launch your own business, launch your own NFT marketplace, and allow others to create. So hope things are making sense to all of you guys. Here we are back into the code, and this is the exact piece of code we are deployed. So that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. I know this video is quite long, but I wanted to show you that you can make your project live if you are planning to launch your own NFT marketplace. And the reason why I made this particular tutorial, because recently we are working on a project. I got a project in that I have to build an NFT marketplace with some advanced features, and we have to deploy it. So that's why I purchased this particular hosting to do the testing of that project, so we can deliver that. So I thought let's show you guys that you can deploy your project online so other can have an access. So make sure to follow the complete playlist. So make sure to follow the complete NFT market playlist. That will give you a better idea that how you can write the smart contract and how you can build any application. So make sure to follow the complete playlist. That will give you a lot of good idea and help you a lot in your blockchain development. With that, I'm ending this video. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye.